Big day today. Brought back memories of when I was a presidential elector in 2013.
Ah,
Yeah.
You mean 2012?
Well, yeah, actually, for the 2013 inauguration, but it was in 2012. Yeah.
Hi, David.
hello, David.
Well,
Good to see you.
thank you. Good to see you.
Hey, Peter, hey, Terry.
Hello. I understand that Arizona tried to, a faction of the Arizona Republicans tried to preempt the electoral college vote in their state and file their result.
Yeah.
What's interesting?
Yeah. In Hawaii in 1960, it was a very close election, and both Republican and Democratic electors, there were just 3 electors from Hawaii then, showed up and cast votes. And it fell to the Congress to decide which to accept. And with Richard Nixon presiding, they accepted the Democratic electoral votes.
Huh.
I never knew that. I thought they hadn't been thrown into the House of Representatives since 1876.
Well, it wasn't thrown into the House. It was really up to the Congress to decide what to accept. Would have been thrown, I suppose, had there been a challenge to Nixon's ruling.
That's one thing I never understood about Bush v. Gore in 2000. Why the Supreme Court even took the case and didn't just say it has to go to the House like it did in, 1824, 1876. There were a few cases where it had gone into the House when it was in dispute, but this is the first. I don't know why the court even heard it and didn't say go to the House first and sort it out there.
Well, this was to determine which electors could cast votes in Florida. Then it could have gone to the House after that.
It depends on what the legal question is, David.
Yeah, Tony, it was about the recount and the manner in which the recount was conducted.
That's what I thought. Yes.
And
So
whether any party's constitutional rights were violated by the mode of the methods and modes of recounting the votes in each and every Florida county, and the impact of the Supreme Court decision was to halt is to basically freeze and stop all recounting in every county, regardless of the structure of their ballot or anything else. And with that being the case, then Florida's electoral votes, it had already been counted, went to Bush. It was I would agree with David. It's hard to understand, and it was a one-off.
yeah.
There was an effort to send it to the Congress, but there was no senator who signed on.
Yeah, and also, of course, Gore was presiding over the joint session, and when there were some Democrats on one side of the political equation who were outraged, he just called them out of order and moved on.
It was out of order because there was no senator who signed.
That's right. And ironically, the congresswoman who was most vociferous in raising points of order, the late Stephanie Tubbs Jones, was my college and law school classmate, and quite a dynamic person in her right. And she's sadly died young.
Hmm.
It's 6:47 by my clock, and we're still missing. We're still missing Sam, but I think we can begin. This part of the meeting for tonight is a ceremony to thank John Carrington for his service. This event has been jointly put together by a small subcommittee of both parties. It is a bipartisan event, and we really want to take this opportunity to thank John for his years of service. We've done a number of things. The first and simplest thing I would like to show you is we have a plaque, which I will hold up, and I tested this so the camera can read it. It's a plaque that says, Town of Mansfield, Connecticut hereby gratefully recognizes John C. Carrington for his leadership and dedicated service as interim town manager 2018, 2019, and 2020. That's the simple piece. There is, of course, a physical piece. And given the virtualness of the event, I will unwrap it. Unwrapping. And it is, as you may have guessed, a Mansfield mug. Or actually, in this case, it may be a beer stein. So I hope whatever you like to drink, John, will go into this and that you will enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
We also have a proclamation. Now, I know that if John had written this, it would probably have been a quarter of its length. But there was a joint multiple author process, and everybody added something they thought was necessary. So I'm going to take the opportunity to read it. Whereas John C. Carrington has been a Mansfield town employee since February 10th, 2014, when he was hired as the town's director of public works / town engineer. And whereas John C. Carrington is an accomplished professional with more than 35 years of experience in the engineering field, and whereas John Carrington served more than 20 years as an engineering officer in the United States Army after graduating from the United States Military Academy with a Bachelor's of Science, and also holds a master's degree in military occupational art and science from the United States Air Force Air University, and a master's degree in civil engineering from UConn, and remains a loyal Huskies fan. I tried to figure out how to get the Yankees in here, but I couldn't do it. Whereas John Carrington has twice served Mansfield as our interim manager, first from January 2018 to May 2018, and secondly, July 17, 2019 to November 29, 2020, for a total of more than 600 days. And whereas John C. Carrington has taken on completely unexpected challenges over his term and brought strength of character as well as his military experience dealing with these challenges. He first was asked unexpectedly to become the interim after both the town manager and first interim town manager left to take other professional opportunities, and then became a finalist for that position himself and continued to perform consistently and honorably even after the permanent position was offered to a different candidate. And whereas John Carrington was asked not only to return to the interim position after a year in which the town staff experienced serious disruption to the quality of their work life, but was also asked to repair that disruption while a new search was begun. Whereas not only did the search take much longer than had been predicted, but the town was required to respond to the COVID-19 pandemic, a challenge to which he brought his military experience and the high regard in which he is held by town staff. Whereas during the second interim period, Mr. Carrington also supervised the hiring of several critical town staff, including the finance director, the new human resources director, the new communications director, and also supervised the reorganization of the planning and academic development department. Whereas during the COVID-19 pandemic, Mr. Carrington also led the town in difficult discussions with the University of Connecticut and helped develop collaborative law enforcement policies regarding the relationship between the town and the university. And whereas due to COVID-19 restrictions, Mr. Carrington took on the role of virtual meeting coordinator at first reduced and then no in-person council and subcommittee meetings at Town Hall for most of 2020, as well as the administrator in charge of implementing the daily changes in state rules regarding the conduct of public business. Whereas Mr. Carrington was forced because of his role to sit through endless and contentious town meetings with good grace. Whereas Mr. Carrington's family was also asked to support his new responsibilities, extra hours, and additional meetings. Whereas the town and employees of the community and employees of the town of Mansfield have greatly benefited from the leadership and devotion John C. Carrington has provided and has shown a lifelong commitment to public service. Today, we recognize him for his years of dedication and continuing service to the town of Mansfield. Therefore, let it be known that I, Mayor Antonia Moran, on behalf of the town council and the residents of the town of Mansfield, declared December 15th, 2020 as John C. Carrington Day in Mansfield. I'm not quite sure, John, how you want to celebrate your day. A press release will be going out, and we will be bringing these tangible gifts to you tomorrow morning so that you can display them if you're going to be there. But we really do want to offer our thanks and recognition. I've asked Paul to join us because he was the mayor during most of your time as interim. Paul, do you want to say anything?
Very briefly, Tony, thank you. When I called John, I texted him, and of course, it was a Saturday morning. What does John Carrington do on Saturday mornings? He takes his wife's, Tina's shopping list and goes to the store. And I said, could you give me a call, please, John? And of course, he said, yeah, when I'm done. I asked John if he would consider taking the position. He had no hesitation. And over the time John and I worked together, it was always, yes, I'll do it. I have no hesitation. And it really is an extension of what he learned as a plebe, what was embedded into his DNA as a plebe at West Point. Duty, honor, country. And this was all about duty. Did John want to be interim town manager? I think maybe a little bit at first. There was the novelty of it. But after a while, he was more than happy to turn the keys over to the town manager who we selected in 2018. When that did not work out, and in the summer of 2019, we needed the services of an interim town manager a second time, John didn't want to do it, but he felt that it was a duty that he owed to us, the leaders of Mansfield and to the people of Mansfield, to ensure smooth sailing until the next town manager, as it turns out, Ryan, was selected and arrived. John is a winner because he knows who he is and his values are in the right place. His family, his faith, his country, and he inspires loyalty and trust from his employees because he's earned it. And the way he looks at his employees, whether first at Public Works and now and then later on with the rest of the town, respect isn't a given, respect is earned. And he earned the respect of the town staff, as Tony described, as you read the resolution, in a very, very difficult and stressful time. He earned the respect of the elected officials who you see here on this screen, and he earned the respect of the people of the town of Mansfield. John, it's going to be easy going back to Public Works compared to what you've been doing, but simply thank you. You deserve everything that Tony said about you. God bless. And by the way, now that I'm gone and now that John is gone, there's a real deficit of Yankee fans in Town Hall.
I'm not sure there's a total deficit, however. Anyway, and other members of the council, would anybody like to make a few comments? Sam.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say, personally, John, thank you very much. I'm the only town manager I've worked with. It was very much appreciated, all the support that you and your office and everybody else gave, and you could really tell that you had the respect and buy-in from the other directors, something that I was concerned about, not being on the town council and getting voted in, and it was everything ran smoothly from that standpoint. And I wish you luck. I'm glad you're not going anywhere. You're still in Mansfield, but I was one of the ones that tried to get something in there about the Go Red Sox. It didn't work. Thank you.
Mr. Freudman.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I was gonna hone in on something that former Mayor Shapiro said, except he said it much better than I ever could. But I'll just hone in on one of the things, and that's the sense of duty. Because when the second time came around that we needed an interim town manager, John could have easily said, been there, done that, thank you. It's been fun. But, there are other directors, they've been here even longer than I. Maybe somebody else will do it. But he knew that maybe the others weren't so keen on it. And he just kind of did as he's done so many times. He's just rolled up his sleeve because if somebody has to do it, then I'll do it. And there's no force in the world that could have made him do it. But he just saw that there was a need, and he did it for that second time. So thank you. And I was worried there for a minute when somebody said, both Paul and John were no longer around. Well, in town hall, but then I think Sam mentioned. Of course, we're lucky to still have John as going back to heading public works. So don't leave. Thank you, John.
I stand corrected, David. Thank you.
Anybody else? Peter.
Thank you. Well, just regardless of the Red Sox Yankees, because the St. Louis Cardinals are really clearly the better team generally, but to move to something more important, I also would be brief, but I wanted to pick up on the idea of leadership, particularly for John, because there's a number of ways you can show it, and as a leader can show. One is, and this is in some ways compared to everything else, maybe more minor, but it's not only the courtesy, but it's the constant courtesy, the constant decorum. And I wish I had a poker face when I heard things like John does. And that's out of politeness that John has. I don't know what John is impatient, happy, or, incredulous, which I'm sure he's been all three at the same meeting. And that is a real tribute, and that is something to admire. The other thing I think more important, of course, is when we talk about is the crisis. It's a common statement. And it's more common than the last year because of COVID-19. But a crisis really tests the mettle of leadership. We've seen examples in this country of drastic failure as well as success, and it's not necessarily political. And John, you not only stepped forward, you stayed there. You were the calm force we needed. And I don't know how difficult and hard it must have been. And one of the reasons is because of the grace with which he carried those actions through. So I am just full of pride, admiration, and thank you, John.
I just want to comment, it's 7:01. We are scheduled to begin our normal meeting at 7 o'clock, but I would like to continue this ceremony until it's completed, and then we will begin the regular agenda. Is there any other council member who wishes to speak? Ben, and followed by Charles.
Thanks. I just want to echo what everyone has said, and for the last year now, I've had the pleasure of being the deputy mayor, which includes a number of meetings with John that Paul and Tony know about, to set agendas, to figure things out. And I just want to really echo John's leadership, especially during this pandemic that we've been living in for the last 9 months now. Mansfield has one of the most unique circumstances, a circumstance John really couldn't pick up the phone and call CCM and ask how 10 towns are doing. It really had to work with our experts here in town to invent a wheel, more so than I think other municipal leaders around the state. And I think that we have, largely weathered this storm so far is, in part at least, a testament to John's leadership, of town staff, and of the town's response to COVID-19. The fact that our town staff have remained largely safe throughout this as well, I think is a testament to his leadership, and we ought to be very grateful. So John, thanks. I'm sure you're very much looking forward to getting your Monday nights twice a month back, and also many other long nights at other meetings and preparing for these. So thank you very much for spending so much time with us as our interim manager.
Charlie?
Thank you.
Yes, I won't have a lengthy diatribe to add to this. I just wanted to thank his professionalism as professional. Whenever asked of things of the town that I wanted to see, for instance, the COVID-19 report was nice to see right from the get-go, and getting it consistently every week, and being able to maintain that database and to let people know in the community and to allay their fears. It was nice being able to have that on a regular basis. But I did appreciate the professionalism. I did appreciate the decorum, as someone else had said. And so thank you for your time, and thank you for stepping up.
Ron?
Now, as a relatively new member of the council with a lot to learn, I just want to echo what everyone else has said, but also praise John's clarity of expression and economy of language, which made it so much easier to understand things that are really very complex, but that made things much easier and much more expeditious, and I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Terry?
I'll try to use an economy of language. I know more than anything, John wants to get out of here. So quickly, there are a lot of people who act heroically. They charge up the hill. They risk their lives. They risk all types of things without really thinking about it, life and limb, so to speak. But there are other people, I'll even call them real heroes, who sit down and they think about it, and they know the consequences of what they're going to do, the burden it will be, and they still do it anyway. And that's you, John. And you knew what a big job this was going to be, and you took it on anyway. And it was a bigger job than you could possibly have imagined with COVID. And yet your shoulders are enormous, and you carried us all through. So on that note, you're a real hero. And I want to thank you for helping us through this really difficult time.
Thank you. Is there any other council member who wishes to speak? I've noticed that there are a number of department heads on the call. Is there anybody there who wishes to say something at this time? I'm not sure whether you're here for the agenda or you're here for the ceremony. But is there anybody else who wishes to comment? Okay.
Madam Mayor, if I might just say, as the new town manager, obviously my length of time working with John is more abbreviated than most. But I just have to say that as far as, my reception and my onboarding, and even before I was, officially appointed, I can't begin to thank John enough for his level of responsiveness and his thoughtfulness. And I think what everybody said just echoes his, can-do spirit and his team-oriented way of approaching the job. And I look forward to continuing that tradition and working alongside John and giving him more time in the evenings.
Is there anybody else?
Mayor,
Linda?
I just want to thank John. He's just stepped up and been a tremendous leader for all of us, and we really can't thank him enough. We try, and we'll have a little gift for him tomorrow morning for John Carrington Day as well. But thank you, John, for everything you have done for the department head team, but also just all of the staff in the town. You just steadied the ship. You were a rock, and you really got us through a rough patch. And again, I don't think there's enough that we can say to say thank you and how much we appreciate you and are really glad that you're here.
Is there anybody else?
Hi, this is Alan. Also want to say thank you, John. Appreciate everything you've done for the time that you've taken over as the interim town manager. Thank you.
Anybody else? Al, go ahead.
Hi, I really have nothing new really to add. Everybody's really done a very great job. The only thing I want to say, John and Paul, is there is a Yankee fan that lives in this house, and that will continue. I will say, John, I appreciated last year when Sam and I and Charlie got elected for our first. Well, Charlie was coming back, but Sam and I especially. We're new councilors a year ago, and I remember that day when you took us around town and showed us different things, and I just got the feeling that day that you were really very caring and wanted everybody on the council to succeed, and I just wanted to say thank you for that. I didn't work with you as long as others on this panel, but I do appreciate your time, and thank you very much. Thanks for staying here in Mansfield.
Is there anybody else? Pat Schneider.
Yeah, I just want to echo what Linda and Alan said. John has been kind of a steady rock through a couple of years of a lot of transition and some very unique situations. He's been wonderful to work with. He's very respected by the people in the community, the employees. He's a no-nonsense, very direct person who always listens and has excellent judgment and leadership. I'm happy that he's going to be working as another department head, but I definitely will miss him too in the role that he's played. I don't know if we could have picked a better person to help us through the COVID time. So, sometimes reluctant leaders are the best leaders out there. So I just want to thank him. It's been really wonderful to have him in that position, and glad he's going to remain on the department head team.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Hearing and seeing no one, I will declare this ceremonial part of our...
One point, I think you ought to give John a chance for rebuttal.
Yes, I think I should give John a chance for a rebuttal. Go ahead, John.
I thank everybody for the kind words. I couldn't have done it without all of you. You're all professionals and made the job easy. So I just appreciate it. I think of Mickey Mantle Day when you say John Carrington Day. So it's just strange to hear that. It kind of makes me chuckle. And also the password for tonight was number of championships the Yankees won. Ryan's favorite player, because Ryan is a Yankees fan, and my favorite player's number. So I always use something to get the Yankees in there. But I do appreciate all the kind words, and I'm glad it's over, but I'm glad I did it, and I know we're going in the right direction with Ryan, so I wish him good luck and look forward to working with everybody. I'm not going away. It feels like this is your life, and I'm waiting for my kindergarten teacher to come out and say good things about me. But I do appreciate everybody, and thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. So we will close this ceremonial part of the meeting. And I'd like to thank all of the people who, the department heads who joined in, and Paul Shapiro, both, everyone who came to help us celebrate this moment. So with that, I'm going to turn to the agenda of the Mansfield Town Council for December 14th, 2020. And I'm going to call the meeting to order and ask Sarah Ann to call the roll. Is Jane, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. I called Osberger.
We didn't hear you. Go ahead, Osberger?
Here.
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 Bruder.
Here.
Tony.
Here.
Friedman.
Here.
Hackenberger.
Here.
Moran.
Here.
Sharon.
Here.
Bacon.
Here.
The next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes of November 23rd. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? Ms. Berthelot, is there a second? Mr. Bruder, are there any comments or corrections to the minutes as they are presented?
Yes.
Mr. Freud.
Thank you. I would like to make an amendment to the motions, which I'll put in the form of a motion. Just so you know, it's on page 4, at the middle of the page, and it's at the end of the second paragraph of item 7B, the one on the Mansfield Community Center. And what my motion will do is to insert some text in between the end of the sentence on the last line of the second paragraph ending in budget, the words budget reductions, and just before the last sentence of that paragraph, motion passed. So in between there. So now I'll just make the motion, and if I get a second, I'll ask to speak to it. Move to insert on the last line of the second paragraph of item 7B, between the sentence ending with, quote, budget reductions, end quote, and before the sentence beginning with, quote, motion passed, end quote, insert the following, then colon, during debate, when Mr. Freudman was speaking, Ms. Berthelot made a point of order objecting that he was, quote, making a statement, end quote. Mayor Moran overruled the point of order.
Second.
Who seconded?
Me.
Mr. Shaken. You speak to your motion, Mr. Freudman?
Yes, thank you. Just for a point of reference, I'd like to say that I listened to the recording several times so I could transcribe what was said. And for anyone that would care to check it out, the point of order began at 1 hour, 33 minutes and 45 seconds. That's 1:33:45. Let me just tell you what was said. Up to this point, I was speaking on the motion. I was prefacing my comments on something to do about the expenses at the community center. And at that point, Ms. Berthelot said, with all due respect to Mr. Freudman's intelligence, there's a motion on the table and he is making a statement. The mayor then said, this is his opportunity to speak to the motion. I think he is in order. And, you know, you overruled the point of order and I continued. So that is what was actually said. And just to comment on it, yes, I was speaking on the motion. I listened to that tape over and over. There was no other point of objection by Ms. Berthelot other than I was speaking, or as she phrased it, making a statement, which is kind of synonymous. I'd like to mention also that I think we agreed that all motions should be in the minutes. And I looked up some things from the Association of Parliamentarians, which base everything they say on Robert's rules. And it turns out that a point of order is a motion. It's in that same category of motions as things like points of order or asking to divide a question. Order is a motion. And just like we say, if you have a main motion, you say who makes the motion, what the motion was, and what the vote tally was. No details required, and our minutes tend to follow that minimal format. Likewise, this is a motion. I stated recounted what the motion was, what the objection was, and then the mayor's ruling. So it's just analogous. A motion, who made the motion, what it is, and the result, the disposition. So I would ask my colleagues to please approve this motion, this amendment.
Mr. Shaken.
Thanks. I'll be brief. I agree. I hope everyone supports this. This is an accurate representation of a motion at the meeting. Thank you.
Yes, and I agree. And I would ask our secretary, to make sure that in the future, any points of order are included and the results are included in the minutes. I'm not sure that they have always been included, but I think it's an important point. Are we ready to vote on this? On Mr. Freudman's amendment? Any further conversation? Is there anybody who wishes to abstain from the vote on this amendment to the minutes? Is there anybody who wishes to oppose this motion? Then I'm going to rule that this motion has been adopted unanimously. So, is there any other corrections or additions to the minutes? Although, is there anybody who wishes to abstain from the motion to approve the minutes? Mr. Shaken. You're going to abstain from the minutes?
Yes, you'll see I left at the end of item 7B, and so I missed the rest of them. So I'll abstain from approving the whole agenda item.
Okay. Is there anybody here who wishes to object to the minutes? All right, I'm going to rule that the minutes have been passed unanimously with the exception of Mr. Shaken, who has abstained. Are there any members of the public here to address the town council? There's some unfamiliar names on here, and I'm not sure why these folks, if there's any member of the public on the screen.
There's no one from the public, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Next agenda item is the report of the town manager. Mr. Aylesworth, your first report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you to the town council. So I began my tenure as town manager officially about a couple weeks ago, but as you all know, for a variety of reasons, including interstate travel restrictions because of COVID-19 and other logistics I've been working through in our family life, trying to uproot a family unit and get everybody down here successfully. I've been working largely remotely with the exception of today and a couple days last week. But that said, I've covered, I think, a fair amount of ground, literally and figuratively, in that time. I want to extend a huge thank you to all the department heads, employees, local officials, and other stakeholders that have been so gracious with their time and so welcoming. There's no question that right now I'm still going to be drinking from the proverbial fire hose for an extended period of time. But my discussions with everybody, including members of the council, and I know there's a few of you that I am still trying to carve out the time to visit with one-on-one and hear from you, your goals and priorities for the community. But this has all been incredibly helpful as I continue the process of settling into the new position, learning the needs and opportunities that face the town of Mansfield. And again, a big thank you to John for everything that he's been doing behind the scenes to help set me up for success here in the early going. Certainly been exposed to and briefed on a wide range of topics, many of which I outlined in my report, but it's going to continue to come fast and furious, and I understand that, and I'm excited by it, and look forward to serving the community of Mansfield. Some specific things to touch on. I'm not going to touch on everything in my written report. That's for your reading pleasure. But we did have a meeting this past week, myself, John is former interim town manager, our finance director and former finance director, to go through basically past budget development cycles. Charmaine and myself are brand new to our positions, so we're coming on brand new at an interesting time, given that this is also the kickoff to the budget season. And so tapping into John and Sherry's sort of institutional memory, we went over the schedule that's been used in the past, as well as the budget review schedule that the council will take up at the latter stages in April. And we're not looking to make any significant changes this time through. I think we'll both Charmaine and myself and others will huddle as needed as the process unfolds, and looking ahead to future years, propose some adjustments if they seem to be warranted. But right now, we're going to stick with the formula that has served the town well in past years, and go from there. But we will have we're planning a official kickoff with department heads for the budget season early part of next week, and we'll be putting together all of the budget, package materials, so to speak, for that. A few updates from the Board of Education. The schools continue to operate in person for pre-K through grade 6, attending 5 days a week, and grade 7 and 8 operating in a hybrid model. There have been very few COVID cases amongst staff and students, and I'm sure Superintendent Lyman would like to keep it that way. But big kudos to the board for how seriously they've taken COVID and how well the situation's been managed within the schools. Very effective mitigation strategies being employed. Want to announce that the town has been notified that it will be receiving 2 Small Cities Community Development Block Grant awards, one in the amount of $500,000 from the Resident Assistance Programs. These funds will be used to provide childcare assistance, rental assistance, and food security to low and moderate income residents that have been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. And additional information about how individuals can apply for those monies will be circulated once the town officially executes the assistance agreement. Also, in the amount of nearly $736,000, the town has received a grant for fire protection equipment. More specifically, the town applied for a $900,000 grant to assist in purchasing a hybrid aerial pumper fire truck for Station 207. That's in the Four Corners area. Now, it is important to note that the funds we received are less than the funds requested, in the amount of about $164,000. And so it'll be necessary for the council to begin thinking about its level of comfort in making up that fund difference. Also, on December 8th, the Ad Hoc Committee on Affordable and Workforce Housing unanimously selected Malone and McBroom to assist the town in preparing an affordable housing plan that's required by state statute. The project is anticipated to kick off in January and be completed by June, and you can stay tuned for additional updates on that front. Had a great meeting with Cynthia Van Zelen this afternoon, and got a debrief on the 8th annual Winter Welcome, which was held this past Saturday. Unfortunately, due to our own family move, I was not able to attend, but it sounds like despite the modified format, this year was done as a drive-through experience because of COVID-19. Turnout was still pretty robust. Upwards of 200 cars drove through the downtown area and enjoyed festive displays put on by local businesses and community organizations. There were also ice sculptures and video performances and other entertainment. So many thanks to a long list of organizations. They're all spelled out in the report, but many thanks to everybody who helped pull that together and make it another successful installment of the Winter Welcome. On a similar theme, the town's senior holiday drive-through lunch and celebration was a great success last week. Again, because of COVID-19, a modified format was needed. It was done outside, but 100 seniors were served, and Pat Schneider was very excited about that. The new hours for the community center went into effect on December 10th. That's Monday through Friday, 5:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. And then after being closed for a couple hours, reopening at 3:30 p.m. to 8 p.m. And then Saturdays and Sundays, 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. And myself and Jay and other staff will continue to monitor that closely, tracking, user patterns and the like, and look to make additional adjustments as warranted. I want to let the council know very briefly. I know I've briefed those of you who I've talked to individually about this, but as far as the fire chief succession plan, Chief Raiola is retiring on January 4th, and as I believe everybody knows, the town of Mansfield did an open and competitive recruitment process going back to, I think that was during the month of October, maybe, when it was kicked off, or at least when applications were due, and went through, again, a very robust competitive recruitment process that resulted in the a preferred candidate being extended a conditional offer. Unfortunately, during that final vetting process and kind of deep dive into work experience and certifications and the like, there was an issue noted that resulted in that offer being rescinded. That's obviously not something that you hope to happen during a search process, certainly not a search process for a position as important and as high profile as the fire chief. But it essentially was warranted to hit the reset button and revisit where we're at. And so where we're at is the position will be re-advertised, likely just after the new year. It's my belief that launching a selection process now, with the holiday approaching us and New Year's, that people have enough distractions in their lives right now that we would be better served to go back out to the market, so to speak, in right after the first of the year. And so we've met internally, and of course, I very much value the feedback and guidance that I've received from Chief Raiola as we ponder next steps and what an interim or acting chief appointment may look like. And while I'm not in a position to make any announcement here tonight, because the chief will have a meeting with members of the department tomorrow to provide additional information, I do believe that we've settled on a path forward that I'm very comfortable with in terms of an internal acting chief. And of course, Chief Raiola, he's not going anywhere either. He may not be employed by the town, but he lives in the community and has made it very clear that he stands ready and eager to help the interim chief be successful and help provide, make sure that there's effective leadership throughout this process. So stay tuned for an official announcement. I will absolutely alert the council as soon as information on the interim selection is final. But I think we have a good plan in place, and it'll be a good plan that'll serve us on kind of an open-ended basis for as long as this is needed, as long as we continue to search for the right fire chief, because it's certainly my belief that we want to find the right person and not just settle for somebody that'll be okay. I think that the town of Mansfield deserves an exceptional fire chief made of the right stuff, and I'm sure we can find that. And I think the last thing I would just quickly mention is that representatives from OSHA were in town this past week. They completed inspections of the 3 firehouses, the public works complex, the facility shop at Mansfield Training Center, the transfer station, and the Mansfield Community Center. And there are a number of things we'll expect to have presented to us in terms of their findings, and we're in the process of scheduling basically their formal debrief with us, either for end of this week or first of next week. And once that additional information is shared and we have a chance to respond to it, the council will of course be provide additional updates on that front as well. Although I realize now, especially on a tribute night for John, I'd be remiss if I didn't touch on a couple important updates from DPW. So DPW was busy following the last meeting due to a wind and rainstorm on November 30th. Some tree damage and limbs blocking lanes of traffic that the department was able to resolve relatively expeditiously. 22 dead or hazardous trees have been removed since the last meeting, and 65 trees have been pruned since the last meeting. And we're obviously gearing up for potential winter events this week. And so hopefully everybody stays safe throughout that. And everything else is included in my written report.
Thank you. Are there any questions of the town manager?
Looks like Ms. Berthelot might have a question.
Oh, yes, Ms. Berthelot.
Thanks, Mayor. And very, very much welcome to our new town manager. Really glad to have you here. I guess my question is about the OSHA inspection. I'm curious as to what the trigger was. What brought on the inspection?
My understanding in brief, and John may have additional information, or Chief Rayola for that matter too, if he's still on, or Alan, several, but I don't believe it was triggered by anything. It wasn't triggered by any suspected violations. I believe that whether this was planned or random, I'm not sure, but I don't believe it was triggered by any suspected issues. Does anybody else want to chime in to clarify that?
This Alan, that is correct. They said that this was a random inspection for them.
Do they do towns randomly, or do we just count as a corporate body?
They do towns randomly, yes.
Okay. And we had notice that they're coming and all of that sort of stuff?
I think it was same day notification.
Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. Next item on the agenda is reports and comments of council members. Mr. Osberger.
Just give me a second here. Yes, I just have something very briefly. My fellow council members, my comment tonight is to stress the importance of one of Robert's rules, the rule that deals with interruptions of a member assigned the floor. Again, I'm using addition 10 and referral to rules governing assignment of the floor. When a member has been assigned the floor and has begun to speak, he cannot be interrupted by another member or by the chair except for one of the following purposes, and then only when the urgency of this situation justifies it. I will not enumerate all of the reasons for which allow for the interruption, but point of order is one of them. Robert's Rules goes on to say that if an interruption occurs for any reason, the member who had the floor does not lose it, although he is to take his seat while the interrupting matter is attended to, and as soon as the interruption has been disposed of, the chair directs him to rise and proceed by saying, for example, Mr. X has the floor. It is my recommendation that this rule is to be closely adhered to by the mayor and other council members to refrain from asking to be recognized while another has been granted the floor. Thank you.
Any other council member wish to speak? By the way, one of my variations from Robert's Rules is I do not ask people to stand to speak. Mr. Bruder.
Thank you for recognizing me, Mayor. I just wanted to talk about how I was able to make the town's winter welcome. I think it was the 8th one. And while this year was a little bit different, it was certainly still a lot of fun. The whole thing was really well organized, and it was weird because it was a drive-through experience, but there's a lot of E.O. Smith involvement in the town employees and everything like that. So it was a nice little reprieve. Let me put it that way. And the ice sculptures from Yukon, that was kind of neat. I also wanted to point out that while I was driving through Store Center, and my family and I would do this with other restaurants, as just reminding everybody that a lot more restaurants and other businesses are looking for customers. I'm trying to eat out as much as possible. We are as a family, and if you can, do so as well. I know that the businesses in town certainly will appreciate it. And That was it.
Thank you. Mr. Shaken.
Thanks. I just want to echo what Sam said and expand on it a little. I also attended the winter welcome and thought it was a really great thing to do during a time when we really can't have folks gathering in significant numbers in the downtown as we would normally do. It's quick and short, but just a really nice expression of community. I also want to give kudos to our Parks and Recreation Department, as well as I think the Parks and Recreation Departments from Coventry and Willington and Ashford and maybe Tolland, I don't know, who put together a document that gives a map to tour holiday light installations across the region. And it's just great. I did one of them the other day, and the one in Mansfield. And there's only a few houses in Mansfield. There's a lot more on the list in Coventry and Willington and Ashford, but be that as it may, something you would never be able to get as a resource without the work of the Parks and Rec Department. And again, in a year where there's not a heck of a lot one can do to have some holiday cheer, since we aren't able to gather, driving around and seeing some pretty incredible Christmas light installations in the local area is one of those things. So a special thanks as well to the weekly community email that happens from the Mansfield Advocates for Children that alerted me to a very special holiday light display just over the border in Coventry, which I didn't know about and went and looked at, which was pretty cool. So just something to add to the holiday cheer. And I want to thank the town staff for sort of going the extra mile to give folks in town something fun to do with the family when we can't do all of the normal holiday things that we like to do right now. Thanks.
Mr. Freudman.
Thank you, Mayor. Two things in brief. Last Tuesday, December 8th, I attended the Town University Relations Committee meeting. One of the regular items on the agenda is reports from Director Painter and also the Mansfield Downtown Partnership Executive Director, Cynthia Van Zelm. We talk about economic development, what's going on. I did express concern to one of the co-chairs of that committee, the mayor being a co-chair, but my comments were addressed to the other co-chair, who is Carol Workman, who is the director of operations at UConn. I mentioned that to the committee and mentioned to her that, of course, she had just been appointed to the town's steering committee on this economic action vitality plan, economic vitality action plan of Mansfield and 3 other towns. And I did point out, I don't think they were pleased with it, but I did point out, look, our aspirations for economic development at Four Corners are not congruent with those of the university. We have something going on there with a potential developer of multifamily housing, and UConn is suing us over it. And I did mention that to the committee because I thought it was relevant, since it is town-university relations, and we're not too congruent or in such good relations on this issue. So I did suggest to her, hopefully diplomatically, that this is a conflict of interest. She did not believe it was a conflict of interest, but I do. And I tried to suggest politely, I hope, that she should possibly decline the appointment. But I would say to my council colleagues, you just made that appointment at our last meeting, and maybe you should rethink that particular one of our 3 delegates on that steering committee, because I don't think it's in the town's interests to have someone from UConn who's in conflict with us on a steering committee that involves economic development, or economic vitality, as it's called. The other thing I'll mention very briefly is I did have a communication in the packet. I'll just mention it now, so I won't later at the end of the meeting. It's the enrollment projections for the Mansfield School District, and it's continuing to decline. We're at 1,039 students now. That's a decrease of about 90 students from last year, and it's expected to decline to, according to the demographer, to 854, I think it said, by 2030. So there's a continuous decline. I'm not saying there's anything we can or should do about it, but I'll say one more time, I brought this idea up 2.5 years ago, and the council chose not to act on it, but I really think it's wrong, it's unconscionable that we continue to fund keeping 3 elementary schools open when clearly we only need 2. I've asked that this be put on the agenda. It was not. It is the council's decision to cut funding and then compel the school department to make the call to close the school because they have to. So I won't get into this, what I feel is a difference. It's not really it's really our decision, even if they make the call publicly. But I really hope the council would consider putting it on an agenda, especially as we're going into budget season now, because we could save $1.5 million to $2 million by not having an elementary school. Furthermore, this end right here is it would be a very good test case to have Goodwin closed and see what it's like to transport students from that part of town to Southeast, and get a 2 or 3 year heads up on what it's like before a new elementary school closes. Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Other members of the council to speak? I would like to make a couple of comments. First of all, you may remember that the town council has traditionally had a Christmas celebration, potluck dinner, purely social. It's always been a very pleasant event, and unfortunately, due to COVID, I don't think we'll have one this year, unless somebody can come up with an idea for us to have some kind of social encounter that involves all of us safely. At the moment, I can't think of one. So, my apologies to everybody, because I know this is one of the events that I always look forward to, and I'm sorry it can't happen. The second thing I want to comment on is just as an explanation of the Economic Vitality Program, and the reason that UConn is included as one of the representatives for Mansfield is for two reasons. One of them is that one of the major efforts is going to be to focus on the cultural advantages of our area, so that we would talk about bringing people to Jorgensen, to Gamble, to other kinds of events, and encouraging them to spend the night at bed and breakfast, to frequent the restaurants in the area, perhaps take the following day and walk the trails, participate in the many opportunities for outdoor recreation, as well as small businesses. So that's one reason. The second reason is that UConn and the town share a number of goals in economic development, and even around Four Corners, as long as it doesn't involve multifamily housing that looks like it's going to house students. So there are a number of areas where we are talking about developing faculty housing, graduate student housing, senior housing, etc. So it isn't our focus with the university on economic development is much broader than the simple focus on apartment house developments around campus. So that said, I'm explaining for all of you who may not have been fully aware of the reasons behind Ms. Workman's appointment to this committee. Does anybody else have any comments? All right, the next item on our agenda is a COVID update. Mr. Miller and Dr. Dardick.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, rest of the council members. Once again, thank you for having me here tonight. I presume everybody can hear me okay? Good. So number of updates for you tonight. I'll keep them brief. We've certainly seen an increase in the prevalence of cases, both within the health district population and also within the town of Mansfield. For the 2-week period ending December 5th, we saw a 41% increase in the total number of cases from the first week to the second week. Within the town of Mansfield, adjusted for the UConn population, so this is just among the year-round residents, so to speak, we saw a 100% increase in the number of cases among Mansfield population during that same period of time. I can tell you that this is these kinds of increases we're seeing district-wide. I haven't been able to get a good picture of the last week period ending December 12th. I was looking at the data today. It's still incomplete. The data is always kind of weak behind when we're talking about large data sets like this. It often takes time for the laboratories to report the data up to the state and then for us to get it. But I'm anticipating at least a similar number or an increase in the subsequent week. I'll know better in the coming days once that data set matures. Our contact tracers are really noting patterns among small social gatherings. We're certainly seeing an effect from the Thanksgiving holiday and family coming together that don't necessarily live together. And we're also seeing some transmission as a result of some of the high-risk occupational settings like healthcare and the Department of Corrections. So a very common pattern is either a social gathering or a family gathering, somebody gets sick, and then that family member comes back to their family unit and makes other people in the family unit sick. So that's a very common refrain we're seeing among our efforts to trace these cases. I can tell you that contact tracing, we're working hard to support the schools in keeping them safe. To date, there are little to no cases of transmission within a school setting, and that's no small part to the efforts of the school staff, not Mansfield but district wide. And the health district's doing their part. We're paying a lot of attention to individual cases that are discovered within the school. These are cases which are imported into the school setting and then create potential exposures. So we identify contacts, notify them, and they get excluded from the school setting and are asked to quarantine for 14 days. And we're doing about 2 or 3 of those a day, 7 days a week. So there's a lot of efforts to help the schools stay open during this period. We have reached our capacity for contact tracing for the daily caseload that comes into our portal from the state. We're now relying for the spillover to the state health department. Their contact tracing team on a day-to-day basis is supporting our efforts to do that contact tracing in the community setting. Testing. Everybody's aware that we're doing the testing in Mansfield Middle School. I have asked, and all the partners have agreed, including the state, to extend that testing schedule through the month of January. So it's going to extend for at least another 6 weeks, excuse me. And we're pursuing the same extended schedule for our sites up in Tolland and Vernon also. We still have to finalize those. As far as testing results, I don't have the results from December 9th, but I can tell you the last round of results I do have for the December 2nd event at the middle school. There are 215 negatives, 15 positives. So that's a positivity rate of about 6.5%. In terms of University of Connecticut and their efforts, certainly with the departure of the student population, that does affect in a material way the numbers, the indicators for the town of Mansfield. If you look at the state website, by way of example, for that 2-week period ending this December 5th, you'll see on the state website they had an incidence rate of, I think it was 16 cases per 100,000. Once you remove the university population and you adjust that, really a more accurate or a figure for the Mansfield year-round population is 39 cases per 100,000. So materially higher. Of course, all this, both that measure of that incidence rates measure, along with the case counts, it all indicates that the risk of sustained transmission is ongoing and increasing, and so certainly our community is at a greater risk right now. Finally, and last, I want to just update the council on the vaccine front. We're all aware from media reports that the state should be receiving about 31,000 doses of the Pfizer vaccine today and tomorrow. Then, presuming Moderna gets emergency use authorization next week, then between the vaccine allocation for Pfizer and vaccine allocation for Moderna, to anticipate as much as like 94,000 doses may be allocated to the state next week. So we're going to have some material amounts of vaccine coming in to the state in the next few weeks, hopefully. The plan, some of you may have heard, is spread out over, phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 is really split among kind of two sub-phases, phase 1A, phase 1B. Phase 1A are the highest, as determined by the Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices, has identified hospital workers and long-term care workers and residents to be covered under phase 1A. Locally, the state of Connecticut has also included medical first responders in that phase 1A criteria also. So phase 1A effectively includes any healthcare worker or medical first responder that could potentially work with those who are infected with COVID-19. Later, phase 1B includes those over 65, a municipal critical workforce, those with underlying health conditions, and at this time, it's my understanding it'll also include public school staff. For our part at the Eastern Highlands Health District, let me just back up a little bit. And then phase 2 includes other adults and kids. In terms of timeline right now, they're talking about phase 1A will go from December to January. Phase 1B may start in February, but then can go as long as through May. And then phase 2 may be in June. So that's a very tentative timeline. For our part, Eastern Highlands Health District, we are fully enrolled in the COVID-19 vaccination program. We've been able to ramp up quickly enough that we've informed the state that we'll be able to be a vaccinator and provider under the phase 1A stage. So cautiously optimistic. We'll see how it goes. That the health district would be able to order some. This would be the Moderna vaccine, not the Pfizer. Order some vaccine on December 21st, and maybe start holding some very small clinics starting the week of December 28th. Based on recent conversations, that is a cautiously optimistic view, and based on the information I'm getting to date, I anticipate pushing out, hopefully pretty soon, information to our municipal leaders about what first steps they can take to enroll their workforce in the vaccination program. I know that many of the private providers have already received a letter and communication from the state health department on how they can enroll their healthcare staff into the vaccination program. And so that's a very general overview and update on the vaccine front. Dr. Dardick, I don't know if you want to add anything.
Rob, I don't think there's much to add. You've been very comprehensive.
Thank you.
I saw Mr. Shaken's hand.
Thanks. Just a quick comment. I have a couple of questions for Rob, but just a quick comment, which is, Rob, thank you for the update, and for those in the public who are watching, I just want to stress in maybe slightly more dire terms the statistics that Rob just recited for us, and just ask folks to think back to March and April and May and how concerned and worried you were then and the steps you took then to protect yourself and your family from COVID-19. We had in Mansfield almost no cases of COVID-19 in the spring, and we now have the same number of cases that are happening everywhere else in the state right now. I mean, a 6.5 positivity rate at the testing event several weeks ago matches pretty closely with the testing positivity rate across the state that's been seen every day. A prevalence rate of 39 cases per 100,000 is almost triple what the governor would consider to be a red zone area. It's not like Mansfield's this is happening here uniquely, but I just wanted to stress how important it is that folks take as seriously things now as they've ever taken them, despite how tired it makes you and how tired it feels like, how long it feels like we've been doing these things. You know, that I think there's sometimes a inclination among people here to look at things like that, and if they aren't happening to you, to say, oh, well, it's probably just the students, that's the students. But it's clear the students haven't been here for a month, and it's clear that there is a significant spread of COVID-19 in Mansfield and in every other town in Connecticut. And so I just want to urge the townspeople to be as serious as they can. I have a question, two questions, I think, Rob. One is, you mentioned contact tracing in your office being at capacity. Given that there can be, although they've gotten better the last couple of weeks, there certainly was in the week leading up to Thanksgiving a pretty significant delay between a test and a result. How long on average is the time between which your office or the state receives a positive test result and you're able to, you know, begin a contact tracing investigation?
I would say most recently it's been 3 to 4 days. It's improved in the past week, but it is a volatile situation with a tremendous demand for testing that occurred just prior to the Thanksgiving holiday. That definitely challenged the laboratories, and so as a result of that uptick in demand, the laboratories took some extra days to get reports to us. Subsequent to the holiday, demand's gone down a little bit, so the labs seem to be able to manage it a little bit better.
But once there's a positive test result in your office, and it sounds like with the help of the state now, are begin a contact tracing investigation on that positive test result, how quickly are you, in terms of the volume that you're dealing with, are you able to sort of initiate that investigation?
So either between my staff or the state health department, the initial telephone call, I would say to 90% of the cases is made within the first 24, and not usually don't have to go into the second day, but usually within the first 24 hours that it's uploaded into the system.
Okay. And my second question is, I noticed in the state's tracking of nursing home data that there are now cases in Mansfield Nursing and Rehabilitation. It looked like as of the last data set, which was on the 10th, there were 13 client or resident cases at M&R. Can you comment on the situation? M&R was one of the nursing homes in the spring that did not have any COVID cases, and it seems like now there are cases, and those came up with the last week, it looks like, according to the state data. So can you comment on what's going on at M&R?
Sure. So their weekly surveillance testing, all the residents and staff are tested pretty much weekly. During a very short period of time, they had identified, I think it was 12 residents during 1 week of surveillance testing. They're not entirely sure how the disease got into the facility. They did have a positive staff person prior to this recent outbreak, and so there's that. But apparently these cases were spread among many locations around the facility. So I know that for my part here at the health district, they notify us of this information. They notify us of this outbreak, and they give us kind of the highlights. I can tell you the state health department takes the lead in partnership with facility infectious control person to do the internal contact tracing piece. I also know that the state monitors very closely once an outbreak occurs within a facility like this, and takes an active role in ensuring that the facility is following the playbook, so to speak. There's a very relatively specific outbreak response plan the long-term care facilities follow that was put out by the state health department a number of months ago during, you may recall, the first wave in which there were many at that time long-term care facilities affected. And certainly that is true still today. There are a little over 200 long-term care facilities in the state, and I think about 100 or 130 of them have cases or outbreaks in them at this time. So this is a serious problem and challenge for the state to deal with. But I am aware that Mansfield Center for Nursing and Rehab is partnering very closely with DPH and following the current playbook to deal with this kind of situation.
Okay, thanks. Just a request, since this is our only long-term care facility in town, and this is our first experience with COVID in it, and given the mortality rate that long-term care facilities have seen across the state and are seeing, I just requested sort of keep the council apprised of what's going on at M&R. This is a recent thing, and so we may not see effects in terms of hospitalizations for another week or so, but if we aren't right now, but just we don't have a formal role to play, of course, but I just think it's important that we know what's happening in the facility within our borders. So thank you.
Sure.
And thank you for all your work.
Rob, have they closed the facility to visitors completely again?
I think it has been that way for quite some time, Madam Mayor.
All right, I thought they opened up for minimal visitation.
That may have been during the low periods in the summer, but I think once cases started going up, that things closed down again.
Okay. Any other questions for Rob Miller or for Dr. Dardick? I have a question. Are you using paid staff or volunteers for contact tracing?
Both.
Do you need volunteers to help you keep up with this?
Well, at this point, I would say, Madam Mayor, we're definitely shifting towards vaccination mode. We're sustaining the level of capacities we have for contact tracing, but any extra staff time that I have, I really want to dedicate to ramping up the vaccination initiative, and that would include any additional staff time needed to supervise additional volunteers.
I see. Do you need volunteers for the vaccination program?
Well, yes, that's good. That's a good question. We do have about 40 licensed vaccinators right now on our Medical Reserve Corps. Anyone out there who may be listening who is interested in volunteering for our Medical Reserve Corps, and whether they're a licensed vaccinator or not, they're welcome to do so. And they can do so on the website called CT Responds! Not only can you find that on the state website, but you can also find that on the health district website.
So what kinds of qualifications do people have to have in order to sign up?
We'll literally take most anybody as long as they can pass the background check, because there's a number of roles. Once we start ramping up the vaccination initiative to include higher throughput clinic models, there'll be all kinds of roles to fill and within some of the larger mass vaccination clinic models.
So, once again, if people are interested in volunteering to help with a vaccination program, they need to go to Connecticut Responds ! And sign up. If you are a certified vaccinator, is that the correct term?
Yeah, so clinician, there are many clinicians that are licensed to vaccinate, but they know who they are.
But also, if you would like to participate in helping shepherd people through the program or helping record keep, whatever it is, if you have the time, this would be the time to sign up and be making a real contribution to controlling this pandemic. In fact, Mr. Aylesworth, maybe we could ask for a press release or some kind of public recruitment effort in this area, which
I was just thinking the same thing while you were talking. I was just making a note to talk with Margaret about that.
Okay, so we have people in town who are doing their online learning at home, who are heading into winter break from colleges and schools, as well as people whose workload has shifted because of the pandemic. And these people would have a really wonderful opportunity to provide service to the community. Any other questions or comments for Mr. Miller or Dr. Dardick? Well, I have one more. There was an article in the Sunday Times about college communities and how badly they were doing with the COVID. Mr. Osberger, in a moment. And how badly they were doing as students returned home or as canceled classes ended. It didn't seem to me that this article reflected the experience of Mansfield. I don't know what your thinking on this is.
Well, I didn't read the article. I think that's a fair characterization. I'm not aware of kind of even any anecdotal information that would suggest that the departure of the students, affected some of those destinations in any material way.
Or the students returning home to Mansfield that affected Mansfield?
That too. No, I mean, I can tell you that I'm not getting a sense of that either. Well, I would have to say that the majority of our cases, if you look at the population as a whole, both certainly in Mansfield and also district-wide, the vast majority of our cases have been among the 19 to 24-year-old range. It's a big number, but I think that's an accumulative number over, since the pandemic began. Well, recently, again, we're not seeing a lot of necessarily students coming from abroad into Mansfield or even to the health district, in which this has been a noticeable issue from our contact tracers.
And I'll also chime in, Rob and Madam Mayor, that in our practice, which comprises not only the town of Mansfield and health district, but also from communities outside the health district, we have not seen a preponderance of cases or even a significant number that fit that profile of students who came home and then were the agent of spread. It's been more small family or neighborhood gatherings. One of them I can describe where people got together to make cookies, didn't wear any masks, and then 2 days later found out that one of the individuals was positive, and then a couple of other people who were there suddenly contracted it. So it's that sort of scenario.
The best intentions, best laid plans are sometimes the most dangerous ones in this case. That really puts a kibosh on the council's holiday dinner, that's for sure. Any other questions? Mr. Osberger, you had your hand up.
Well, I just wanted to just thank Dr. Dardick and Rob for staying on top of this from the get-go and really keeping it under wraps and keeping us apprised of what's going on. And but lastly, happy holidays to the both of you.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you very much. Same to all of you.
Thank you. And thank you for being here at all of our meetings. We really appreciate the updates and the information and keeping us informed. Okay, the next item on our agenda is a proposed revised council meeting schedule for 21. Mr. Aylesworth?
Yes, at the council's November 23rd meeting, the council approved a schedule for 2021, and subsequent to that meeting, it was noted that there was a typo on the date of the first meeting in May. That has been since corrected to reflect May 10th, 2021. And so basically just looking for the council to again approve the schedule as reflected in your packet, but with that correction for the date of May 10th.
Do I have a motion to approve the schedule? Mr. Shern and Mr. Shaken, I assume you second? Any comments? Does anybody wish to abstain from this motion? Does anybody wish to oppose this motion? I declare the motion to have been passed unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the fire study briefing and the combined study. Mr. Aylesworth?
Yeah, I'm going to be turning this over to Chief Riola and Stephen Knight of Fitch & Associates momentarily, but by way of brief background, my understanding is that the council was provided a presentation on a departmental operational and staffing assessment that was completed by Fitch. I believe that presentation was done back in late September. There were 4 phases to the study, and they've completed all phases of the study, and they've now submitted a final report, very comprehensive report, which was included in the packet. And I believe Mr. Knight is prepared to provide a PowerPoint presentation this evening, sort of highlighting kind of the key takeaways and important summary information from that report, from that study. The fire chief and I haven't had a chance to really sit down and digest and confer on the contents of the report. That will be happening in the near future. So subsequent to this meeting, I fully anticipate having an opportunity to do that and provide the council with detailed recommendations based on what's in the assessment. So there won't really be any action for the council to take tonight other than to hear this presentation and obviously ask any questions that you may have. But with that, Chief Riola, do you want to add anything before we turn it over?
No, thank you. Thanks, and good evening, everyone. I think this study is going to prove valuable information for us moving forward, particularly in the areas of stations, reducing from 3 to 2 and still providing the public safety at a high level, as well as identifying staffing and training needs, as well as some others. So I want to thank Steve Knight and Fitch for their work on this project. You all have a copy of this, which will take you some time to go through. We're happy to answer questions, not necessarily tonight. We didn't expect you to read it all and digest it all. As the manager said, we'll go through it at a high level and come back to the council with some particulars and some suggestions for implementation strategies. And with that, Steve, I think you're on.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and nice to see everybody again. I do think somebody might have to give me authority to show my screen.
I believe John Carrington's prepared to do that. Looks like you're good to go.
Okay, let me see. Oh, there we go. No, it's still blinking. It's giving me an error sound. How's that?
I know I got an alert on the banner that says that it's been shared with you. So John's coming on now.
It shows your printer. Are you hitting the share screen at the bottom?
Here we are. Got another one. Sorry. How's that? Is that working?
No, not yet.
I don't know whether it's with relief or incredible annoyance that one of the phrases of the year is, "Can you hear me? Can you hear me?"
For sure.
And another one is, "Can you see it now?"
Yeah.
Followed only by "You're muted. You're muted."
Yes, right.
Well, on my side, it's showing that you should be seeing it. So.
No.
Alternatively, if we're not able to get Steve to share his screen, perhaps could we make sure John has a copy of the presentation? Because John could share his screen and advance the slides, I guess, if that's the only way we can move forward.
I'll take it away from Steve and give it back to him, maybe.
Okay, yeah, we'll give it one more shot. And then if not, I can certainly talk through the high points if needed.
While we're waiting, I have a question I would like to have you address at the end, and that is, you now have this steep grant for 3/4 of a fire truck that was going to be assigned to the Four Corners station, and yet one of the proposals is to close that station. So I'm kind of wondering how the two things fit together, but that's for later.
Okay, or I could take it while you're waiting. It's up to you.
Why don't you go ahead, Chief?
Yeah, so Mayor, the new truck would start at Station 207 per the grant. But you might not have remembered, we asked if we had the ability to move that to the central station so that our entire town would benefit from that response. And the response was that we could move it after it initially arrived. So that would be the plan, would be to move it to the central station where it could serve the entire town.
And this truck is the one that has a higher reach?
Yeah, so it's known as a Quint. City departments started doing this to adjust staffing. In other words, having 3 firefighters or 4 firefighters on a ladder truck and then 3 or 4 firefighters on a pumper truck. This truck does both. Therefore, you only need half the staffing. That's the direction we're headed.
Well, Chief, I think maybe I'll just, for the sake of everybody's time and energy, just talk through it, because on my side, it's lit up as I'm showing my screen. It even says I'm showing. So just for the sake of it, maybe I could just talk through the high points. It was going to be a brief presentation anyway, and then I'll make sure as soon as we're done, I send this to you and you can include that with the packet.
Yeah, I think Ryan, I think we included the PowerPoint with the packet. If not, we will get that out tomorrow morning.
Yeah, I think all members have been provided, whether or not all members have it open and available to them right now. But
okay, well, I'll again, sorry for the technical difficulty, but let me go ahead and at least talk through the big ticket items to draw your attention to. First and foremost, you have a great fire department administration and fire department. They're doing an excellent job with the resources that they have. We certainly didn't find anything demonstrably, aberrant with the department. They're doing a good job, and for a department their size with their call volume, I'd have to say that they're doing a pretty exemplary level of effort. The way they share duties up and down the chain of command to the field and back and forth, because in all areas it's a pretty lean operation. So overall, they have about in 2019 they were a little over 2,300 calls for your department, and really only Station 107 and Station 307 are staffed, and then Station 207 is relying on the volunteer contingency. So the way you respond, that's a pretty good amount of workload on the units that you have and the way that you're deployed. The lion's share of the calls, 1,500 of that 2,300, were for emergency medical service incidents, which I think is no surprise to the council. But, overall, that's pretty straightforward what we see in the industry. About 66.6% or almost 67% are EMS, about 21% is fire-related. Fire-related activity really encompasses all kinds of things like good intent calls, false alarms, all kinds of things like that. And then as the overall performance, and this will be an important number to remember, but your overall performance, including turnout and the travel time, is about 11.7 minutes. So to consider the time continuum, there's a time from when the caller calls 911 until the dispatch center alerts your stations that there's a call. That's called the dispatch time. And then there's a time element from when the crews are notified to go on a call until they indicate that they're actually en route and responding to the call. We refer to that as turnout time. And then the travel time is just more of a drive time. So that's a pretty straightforward from the wheels moving until they arrive on scene and say hello, or, how can we help? So that entire time from the time they call dispatch, for the citizen's perspective, I should say, from the time they call dispatch until someone arrives, 9 out of 10 times is about 13 minutes or less. That's really the reference point. And that combined value of the turnout and the travel time is just under 12 minutes at about 11.7 minutes overall. And that'll be important as we continue that part of the conversation. A couple of the guiding posts, though, if you did have an opportunity to read the report, that really influence one of our major recommendations for your consideration is the frequency of simultaneous events. So we call that call concurrency. And what that is when a call occurs, how often does a second call, third call, fourth call, or greater occur before that first call is brought to full fruition and the units are back available to take another call. And what we found in your system is really that overall, you're about 31% of the time when you go out on a call, a second call or greater will occur before that first call is over with. And that's an important number. Not only in the industry do we use 30% as the threshold to where we suggest reinvesting to make sure that sufficient number of resources are there to handle the call volume as they come in so that it's a highly reliable system design. But more importantly, and I'll come back to in another slide as well, is that when you cross-staff units, which is how you're deployed today, and it's a very efficient design, and we recommend it in many agencies. And what that cross-staffing means is that you have one crew, let's just say a crew of 2 firefighters, and they'll either take the engine or they'll take the ambulance assigned to their station, depending on what call it is. Well, at some point, the frequency of calls become too great to where the credibility of cross-staffing the singular unit and trying to take, the right unit to the right call starts to erode. So what we recommend is anytime you have greater than 1,500 calls or greater, I should say, and greater than 15% simultaneity or call concurrency, that you should really begin to separate those 2 units and have independent staffing for both the fire engine and both the ambulance in that example. So that's an important element to kind of resonate on. The other item that we found when we looked at, and this, of course, all of these are policy options for the council, but one of the things that we did find is when we looked at the mutual aid received and the mutual aid given from you and your area partners, you have about a 2-to-1 ratio of receiving EMS assistance in the township, where on the fire side, you're giving almost 3 times as much, but it's a much lower number. So you're receiving 214 EMS assistance into the town, and you're only providing 127 out. And then on the fire side, you're receiving only 15, but you're providing about 42 responses out for fire-related activity. So overall, in the big picture, when you look at the mutual aid received for the township and the mutual aid provided from the township, you're really, really close to a very quid pro quo scenario where you're receiving 231 and you're providing 226. So that's a very balanced approach, and that keeps these kinds of relationships on the right playing field, if you will. But we do want to consider more granularly, and again, it's a policy option about how much risk you're willing to assume and how much reliance on your outside neighbors that you want when it comes to the mutual aid received. And in the EMS particularly, that reinforced your call concurrency aspect and the efficacy of using cross-staffed units. So with all that said, one of the recommendations, the primary recommendations that we had was to separate out and staff independently, I should say, the engine or Quint eventually, if that's how it goes, and the ambulance at your station 307. And then you can continue your current practice at station 107, but we believe you need to move in that direction. So a summary, we broke them up in the short-term suggestions for recommendations and then longer term. So on the short term, we really do focus on staffing a dedicated ambulance at station 307. And that would require an increase of your daily staffing to 6 people per day. And right now you're at 4 people per day. Consideration also for a full-time deputy chief to oversee the training component and integrate the budget process and the annual training plan so that the budget, the training is wholly incorporated into the overall strategy from the fire department and the administration. We also talked about some learning management systems and things like that that can save on some overtime and help bolster the training activities. But I do want to just take a brief moment just to point out that fire departments in today's environment don't have the frequency, thank goodness, of fire-related activity that they did maybe 30 years ago. It's as an industry, it's over 50% reduction in fire-related activity since the 70s. So it's been on a continual decline, which is good. But small departments that are running a lean staffing model, such as yours, and that don't get a lot of fire-related actual time on task or practice, if you will, the training takes a greater role in making sure that your men and women are properly trained and adequately assisted and prepared so that you can prevent injuries and those kinds of things that occur. So it's vitally important to make sure that we bolster the training component. So I'll move on to the longer term, and that really is, if you remember from our presentation the last time, I guess it was the end of September, we put together several scenarios that looked at 2 and 3 station models and even talked about if we were to relocate station 107, which would be the better location and why. So we went through several scenarios on that. But what's going to be important from a policy position is to go through an exercise internally to establish where you want to adopt your desired performance for the future. Because if you choose, for example, if you choose a 6-minute travel time, something to improve your response capabilities from today and cover geographically the entire township, then you'll have to opt more towards a 3-station model, which will require additional staffing and resources, right? So there's a ripple effect from your station deployment plan. But if you opt for a 2-station model, then you're better aligned within the staffing that we're recommending today could support a 2-station model, still improve your performance considerably from where it is today by instituting the 6 persons a day and having that standalone ambulance, because now you're going to have greater depth to handle the calls from the stations with the closest unit. So all of those things kind of dovetail together and have a synergy in improving that. So before you consider where to move Station 107, if you are, how many stations you want, et cetera, that's all predicated. And we've built the schematic, if you will, for you, but it's predicated on the policy option of what level of service you want to provide in the future so that you can start making informed steps today. And then that performance, of course, will influence all those other aspects. And then the last piece of that is we did make a recommendation to have a full-time, 40-hour-a-week training officer. We titled it deputy chief, but that's entirely up to the city staff and administration, what rank and structure they want to put that in. But we do believe that position, once your operations chief has retired and that position is vacated, we feel like it would be a good idea to have that full-time position fill both of those roles in a department your size. We think that's a pretty credible approach to make sure that you kind of bolster both sides of that. So again, that's really the high level. I'm happy to answer any questions, and I'm sorry for the technical difficulties, but be happy to answer anything I can.
Mr. Shaken first.
Thank you, and thanks for this presentation and for this very long report. It's interesting, and just sort of my 2 cents in terms of my piece of guidance from the council to staff is that it's sort of the same as what I said when this came to us a few months ago, which is that I think I am inclined to agree with the overall recommendation I think that you've made, which is to improve our response times to the industry standard, so to speak, of 8 minutes or so, but not to go so far as to keep 3 stations open and to staff them all and to get them down to 6 minutes. I think with I think it's important from a public safety perspective to have a fire department that is staffed to be able to meet what is the sort of industry standard of fire departments, so that if someone living in Mansfield has a medical emergency or a fire, they get the same response here that they would get if they lived in Manchester or Vernon. That when you're making a decision about where you're going to live, you ought to not consider how quickly will the ambulance get to my house if you're trying to move to Mansfield, which is a consideration for some people when they move into a more rural community. It will be a consideration if you moved your family even to some of our surrounding communities who staff their fire departments strictly by volunteers, where response times are much slower. With that said, a couple questions about cross-staffing. So if we were to move to what you're recommending here, what happens if there are 2 concurrent EMS calls, which I have to imagine is by far and away the most frequent occurrence? If you've got a crew now dedicated to the engine and a crew dedicated to the ambulance, how does if 2 is covered, how does a stack up of concurrent EMS calls work? Are there firefighters who are just sitting in the station waiting for a fire call at that point?
That's for you.
Steve, let me jump in a little bit. What happens is we would have the ability to take a second ambulance call in town with the staffing, which we don't have now with 4 people, and still have 2 people in reserve for that fire call or that motor vehicle accident, that concurrent call. After and beyond that, that's where your mutual aid system comes in. That's where we would then be pulling from Yukon or a surrounding town. No town is going to have, if you will, a bench so deep that they'll be able to handle everything, other than maybe the city of Hartford or something. This is an approach to be able to handle our current call concurrency and to handle our responsibilities in terms of right in our community first. So when we talk about the cross-staffing, we're still going to be cross-staffing people, but what we've been doing is we've been counting 2 people at Station 307 If we have an ambulance call, they get in the ambulance. If we have a fire call, they get on a fire truck. That worked 20 years ago when we had one call and then we had another call. It's not happening anymore. We're having calls on top of each other, and that's our weakness.
Thanks. So just to clarify, if that staffing option existed today, where you would have two crews on at station 307, and there were two concurrent EMS calls, would both crews get in at when one crew get in one ambulance, the next crew would get in another ambulance and both go, or would you have a crew sort of staffing an engine period waiting for a fire call?
What we would do is we have an ambulance at station 107 that runs the 32 corridor north and south, as well as one in station 307 that's in the center of town. We would utilize those two ambulances rather than strip all of our resources out of the center of town. So it would be whatever ambulance is closer. If it's down in the 32 corridor, we're going to send the ambulance out of station 107. If it's elsewhere in town on the 195 side, 89, we're going to send the two firefighters in the ambulance from station 307. In either way, we'd either have the two firefighters at station 307 that were backup for an engine, or the two firefighters at station 107. So we'd always have a reserve, if you will.
Okay. I suppose that makes sense, and we probably need that. Like, we need someone available to respond if there's a fire call or a fire adjacent call, like a car accident or something. It seems like we might, moving to something like this, my hesitancy is if we're dealing with what it sounds like is almost entirely medical calls, or the vast majority of our calls are medical, to increase staffing and not also significantly increase availability to handle medical calls, if I'm understanding things. Because what it sounds to me is right now, most of the time, the crew that's on at 307 is abandoning the fire truck and on an ambulance when they're out on a call. That's most of the calls you get. And so adding staff to that wouldn't add ambulance capacity, it would just add the ability to respond to a concurrent fire call. Is that a correct way to characterize it?
Somewhat, but we are increasing our capacity for the ambulance, because right now we can only send that first ambulance out. And if we send the last two people with the other ambulance, we're completely out of all of the business, fire, ambulance, or anything. We have nobody left to respond. This would give us the ability to not just respond with the first ambulance, but also have the second ambulance to handle that increase in EMS volume and still have two people back for that car accident or that other fire call.
Thanks, that's helpful.
Yeah, and if you don't mind me adding just two quick things on that, and it's some of the nuance in the data. But currently, you're also sending, on average, nearly 2 units to every call. There's a significant proportion of calls that you're sending both units on. So you're going down to, a very, zero resources for a short period of time, pretty frequently when the calls come in. So this strategy gives you greater depth. And then, of course, it's a policy option how the chief wants to use that last crew. When we designed it, you could, and it's totally a choice, an administrative choice, but you could have that engine, rather than just waiting in readiness, as you kind of described it, for a suppression call. They still could, if you had the base space, take a third ambulance out if a third call occurred, because it would be a pretty low frequency. And that kind of risk is what you're assuming today that we're trying to correct. So as long as that's an acceptable policy option, you are adding a whole layer of depth.
Thanks, and I just one follow-up, since you said something about multiple units. I see the Wyndham Hospital paramedic SUVs racing around all the time. What role do they play in medical calls? Obviously, they're not transporting patients, but in the genesis of I've fallen and broken my leg, how does the Mansfield Fire Department get involved compared to the private entity at Wyndham Hospital EMT or paramedic units?
Yeah, so the Wyndham Hospital paramedics provide our ALS, Advanced Life Support. They are the paramedic service for the area, and it responds in an intercept manner to the whole community, which is a big cost savings for us not having to staff paramedics or other towns. They respond automatically at time of dispatch to a certain criteria of calls, cardiac problems, severe injuries, those type of things. They do not respond to the more routine type calls automatically. And they respond and they ride in on the ambulance with our crew to provide the ALS service and patient care.
Ms. Berthelot, followed by Mr. Freudman.
Thank you, Mayor. This might be outside of the scope of this conversation, and if so, I apologize, and I understand if it can't be answered. I'm just curious more than anything. But ambulance services generates revenue, and currently we're mutual aid. We're getting more ambulances are coming in to help us than we're helping other people. I'm wondering if this proposed scenario would mean that we would actually be running more ambulances, and also not only would we be increasing safety, which is the goal primarily, but we would also have more revenue.
Yeah, it's an excellent point. We would, by taking these calls that were this second ambulance call in town that we're not able to now, we would get that revenue. And you know, just really rough projections would be in the neighborhood of $40,000 or so a year. And, you know, a lot of that's related to how the billing goes. You know, private pay pays a lot more. But, you know, the town's been fortunate. We've been fortunate in that our revenue recovery rate is in the upper 80 percentile, which is exceptional for communities. Part of that is because of our community. But also, I think we have a good practice and a good billing agency to recover that. So it's with that some of those small victories that'll help pay for some of the staffing. The other idea about the ability to go to 2 stations is there will be some savings, not the first day, but over time of not having to operate a 3rd building, energy cost, et cetera. It's my opinion that with that would also come the ability to shed a piece of fire apparatus and maybe a service vehicle out of our fleet, which you say right away isn't a lot, but that is probably $20,000 a year minimum on expenses for maintenance and whatnot on a piece of fire apparatus. You all know that it's about $650,000 every 18 or so years to replace a piece of apparatus. So long term, you know, in my opinion, the investment towards staffing and providing the service, we can recover some with some of these other strategies.
Thank you.
Mr. Freudman.
Yeah, thanks. I had a couple of points I wanted to make, but just to follow up on the last comment, yes, under these circumstances, maybe get some more revenue, but I wouldn't focus too much on that, because getting an extra 40,000 or whatever it is, Chief Raiola mentioned, I mean, this is largely offset when you need more staffing, you know, by several factors. I'd like to ask something. Even if everything stayed the way it is now, without any of these recommendations being adopted, aren't we already kind of looking at having to increase staffing if we pursue the purchase of that $1.1 million ladder truck? I heard it's going to, you know, involve more people to operate it. Is that correct? And how much, and if so, how many more people do we need, even if everything else stayed the same, just for the purchase of that apparatus?
Yeah, thanks for that question, Councilor Freudman. If you remember when we talked about applying for that grant, I said that with our current staffing of only 4 people, where we weren't doing this strategy, I would not necessarily be able to support bringing on another piece of equipment without some commitment to staffing. However, what we're proposing with this new truck is doing this hybrid truck that will be the engine and the ladder, and it will be that 2-person fire crew that we're talking about. So this staffing that the study is recommending will take care of both. You know, mainly it's due to our EMS call volume, as Steve mentioned, but it will also, that engine crew we talk about is one and the same.
I see. Just another comment. It's not really a question. I heard it mentioned by Mr. Knight that I think he said 21% of the calls on fire, 21% of the calls were for fires. And and he said that a lot of those has to do with false alarms. I think I saw on the study, in fact, I think it was on page, I'm sure, 25, I think, where only 0.9% of the fire calls were real fires, and of those, about half, a little less than half of those, about 0.4% were for structures, and 0.5% were outdoors, which I suppose meant a brush fire or something. So it seems like we get a lot of calls that turn out to be false alarms, and I'm sure that must be a real burden on the department. So this is more of a comment than a question. Oh.
Yeah, and just the comment on that is that we do a great job in our fire prevention and whatnot, and we're fortunate that most of our calls don't turn out to be actual structure fires. However, we don't know that until we get to that call and determine that. And there are several conditions that are not, the building isn't on fire, but the house is filled with smoke, and there are those situations that we still have to respond to. And the difficult part in this business, right, is not having a crystal ball. If someone told me, you know, we could rest our hat on a percentage, but we don't know which day we're going to have that fire, and we need to be prepared to respond when that happens. And we're talking about minimum staffing to respond to these calls, and the reason we're able to do that as in a small community is because we have such good mutual aid partners. We're fortunate City of Willimantic has a career department that responds, UConn as well. You know, the average response to a fire, just a basic small house fire, is about 24, 25 firefighters. We could not ever manage that. That's where this regionalization and mutual aid has been terrific on both sides of that equation. So thanks.
Thank you. Just one final comment, and maybe this is more of a question. This is the final one on this agenda item. I think it was on page 79. It was talking about response times, and it said, well, in one of the pages around there, it said we get a 6-minute response time pretty much in the entire town because of the coverage we have with the number of stations we have now. And then it said on page 79 that if you were down to one station, you would have 12.5-minute response time for 99.7% of the town, which is basically everywhere. And I'm sure that most of those are much less than that, you know, just the proximity. How problematic is that in towns to have a response that's almost 100% all within 12.5 minutes, and many of them much less than that? Is that an acceptable level of service, or is that imprudent?
Sure. So let me answer that. You know, as a good consultant, I'll have to answer that a few different ways. How's that? One is for communities that have a substantive rural component. There's one guiding document or agency, I should say, the Commission on Fire Accreditation International, that recognizes a differentiated performance based on population density, understanding that rural communities can have a little bit longer response time than maybe an urban environment like a big city. What they recommend as just kind of a guidepost is 13 minutes. So if you were to adopt something like that, it would not be aberrant. The policy choices, that's the other lens, you know, that lands back in your lap in front of council, is talking about commensurate service levels across the jurisdiction and how the tax structure supports that, et cetera. So a lot of communities, while that's well accepted, but some communities, especially that aren't significantly geographically large, tend to try to find a right balance from a policy perspective of the risk that you're willing to assume and the level of protection that you're willing to provide that tries to provide some commensurate level of service across the community. What's interesting about if you take that 99%, and this is to your point where some people get a closer response or a shorter response, is you can provide 8 minutes very well from 1 to 2 stations. And the staffing would largely be the same regardless of your capital footprint, because you still need the depth of resources to handle the frequency of calls. So at 90%, you're at 8 minutes. and at 99%, you're at 12 and a half minutes. So that marginal return on investment from 90 to 99 is a considerable value, going from 8 minutes all the way up to that 12 minutes, if that makes sense. So understand that 9 out of 10 of your citizens would get the receipt of service within 8 minutes. So from that perspective, I think it's very credible for your township to have a performance desire of that level.
One thing, if I could add, about going to 2 stations is these are response times measured on GIS and under perfect conditions. There are certain things called response routes. So if we were to be in one station, let's say it's in the center of town at 307, the top of Spring Hill, you know, our ability to get down to Route 32 and go to the south end of town down in the ridges is a heck of a response route. Even though on the GIS it shows that. The other concern I would have with one station is, you know, we've had plenty of storms and plenty of situations where we can't get to parts of town, and you know, putting yourself all in one firehouse would take away those capabilities during emergencies that I don't think would serve us well. And then the third thing would be, we'd have to put a considerable addition on the existing firehouse to fit apparatus inadequately. Those are all factors, not saying we shouldn't think of that. The study, I think, has looked at everything, but I think that 2-station model tends to fit. I would be a little cautious of, even though the rural standard rural, right? What's rural? The Midwest, Alaska. I think we're a little bit mixed in our community, and I pointed that out to the consultant, is that we have plenty of rural areas, but we have a lot of densely populated areas. So that's why I see us fitting someplace in between that 6 and that 12 or 13 minutes. And from what I've seen with communities in our area and whatnot, an 8 to 8.5 minute response time is perfectly acceptable, and I think would improve our situation.
Chief, if you don't mind me just adding, I just want to reemphasize a point that you made, just so it's clear for the rest of the group. In the end, what we're really recommending is 3 resources, right? You need 3 independently staffed resources to handle all the frequency of the call volume. To the chief's point, you still need 3 resources. So whether you put them all at one station or you split them in 2, your cost center is largely the same, other than the capital investment of the second station. But because of your geographic footprint and your infrastructure of the east and the west main corridors, the best advantage in our recommendation is still to function with a 107-307 combination, because you're really talking about the same resource allocation regardless of the number of capital facilities.
Any further questions? I have one that hasn't been raised at all, and I'm not sure whether it's off the wall. So somebody tell me if it's totally out. I'm assuming that the mutual aid comes mostly from Wyndham and Yukon, but I'm wondering whether it wouldn't be more efficient in some way to talk about regionalizing some of this. Or, I mean, mutual aid is functionally a regional response, but I'm wondering if something a little more organized might be cheaper or helpful or something. So,
I'd say that in my 40-something years in the fire service, mutual aid system is regionalizing and has been extremely helpful. I think there's some administrative savings to regionalization and cost savings in terms of purchasing and things. Where we're at in the fire service is that as towns around us struggle to put 2 people on for staffing to cover the ambulance, Ashford, Scotland, Coventry, who over the last 3 years have realized they can't keep up with their call volume, we're straining that mutual aid. And the thing that needs to happen is that the chiefs of service and the services need to not abuse that mutual aid system, if you will. That's a tough word, but we're overextending the mutual aid systems that were never designed to take care of the basic responsibility of each community. So as these communities grow, you know, and they're faced with some of the same issues we are, we're kind of ahead of the game. They're going to be doing that staffing as well. The mutual aid, Mayor, I think is a regionalization tool, and I think it works really well. We have, when you consider, we have a regional 911 center that answers all of our calls and handles all of our communications. That's a 25-town dispatch center. When you consider that we can call on any specific piece of apparatus or staffing during an event or an emergency and have any of those county resources respond to us, is a strength of that system. And I think it really is regionalization.
Other comments or questions? So I assume that there are some big budget items in these recommendations ahead of us.
Yeah, yes, there are. You know, anytime we're talking about staffing, there's some increases. But as I said, I think that we need to come up with a plan to address those in a responsible way. I don't think anybody's looking at a light switch on the wall that's going to get thrown and everything's going to happen overnight. That's why I think there were some recommendations for longer term things. The important thing to me is I think that we now have a footprint of where we need to head to, and we just need to figure out how we get there.
All right, now I have another question. I've been on the council for a decade. Chief Dagan brought us a recommendation that we move up to, I think it was 16 full-time firefighters, and that would solve the problem. And one year after another, with great pain and effort, we added one firefighter at a time. I think in the last time we added 2.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're telling us that after all of that, we have a whole new problem and it's going to require adding firefighters.
What I tell you,
tell me, I mean, I'm just a little mind boggled.
So what I tell you, and I'm glad we did this study, because I don't want to just tell you, we're showing you, Mayor, I think through the study, through good practices where we should be. I think for many, many years, the town, the fire departments had not addressed this in many years. And all I can tell you is from my professional recommendation and what I know of our business and what I'm showing you for call volume, and we have a study, is that's what we need. You know, that's what I can tell you. That's what I get paid to do, is to tell you the best of my ability what I think we need. And you know, that's all I can tell you. Getting from one point to another point over the years was helpful, but we can't. The math is just not right. We can't do it with 4 people. And that's where we're at. How we got there, we could debate forever, or why we didn't do things 10 years ago or whatever. Where we're at, I think we need to face it, and we need to come up with a way that's a responsible plan to address it.
Have call volumes and demands shifted fairly dramatically over a decade?
I think the call volume is not so much over a decade. Yeah, probably 500 calls a year. I don't think it's so much the call volume that's really crippling us, is the call concurrency. And so it's when we have these calls at the same time and there's nobody left to respond because 2 people are in the ambulance over here and 2 people are in the fire truck with a Yukon ambulance, because that's all we have left. Our vulnerability during those times is really too great. And that's what this is addressing.
I believe there's a slide that shows it's about an average of 3% incident rate increase annually.
Yeah, and that's fairly average for in-call volume.
Right. But over a 10-year period, to the mayor's point, that's a significant increase.
Yeah, over 10 each year. And Steve, I think your point was what you see nationally is, I think your quote was, when departments have 1,500 calls and their call concurrency is 15%, we're twice that, we're 30%. And I think that tells a lot. You know, we're at 2,300, almost 2,500 calls, but our call concurrency is 30%. You know, I looked at some information for the month of September and October and the first couple weeks of November. Of the 400 and something calls we did, 94 times we had call concurrency. That means 94 times we had more than one call at a time. And sometimes they're within minutes of each other. Okay? And of those 94 times, 13 of them were 3 or more calls at a time. And so you soon can see that we're spread out all over the place and there's some vulnerability. It really is.
Now, what I will say is, as difficult as any fiscal contemplations you have moving forward as a body, what we have proposed, while it's a big lift to get there, would be very stable for probably the next 10 or so years at a 3% growth. So you'll have plenty of capacity to absorb that growth over time before you'd have to readdress it.
Yeah, and I think, Mayor, it's maybe a little premature, but one of the things, there are some tools for us. There is a SAFER grant, a FEMA grant that we could apply for that would fund, I believe it's 65% for the first 2 years and 35% the final year for the cost of salary and benefits of firefighters. It's actually designed to help towns and departments staff. SAFER stands for safe, adequate staffing. That would be an option that might help us get there earlier. Other than that, it would probably need to be a multi-year plan. But you know, we need to look at this in totality and say this is where we need to get to and how do we get there.
All right. Does anybody else have any questions? There's clearly more to come on this one, so we look forward to hearing from you. And thank you very much for being here tonight. I'm sorry about the technical problem, but theoretically, we all have been emailed the slide presentation. I wasn't able to get to it for some reason, but we'll keep trying. Anyway, thank you again, and I know we'll hear from you again.
All right. Thank you very much. You guys have a great holiday.
Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Good night. Fran, this is your next to the last, or your last time before the council. Where'd he go? He went. All right. If he retires January 4th, we won't see him again.
Not in his capacity as fire chief, perhaps as a capacity as a resident.
Yeah. I'm complaining about response time when called in for an ambulance.
There you go.
All right. The next item on our agenda is moving into new business, and it's the Solar Municipal Assistance Program Power Purchase Agreement. Mr. Aylesworth.
So just a quick recap before turning it over to others. So the Connecticut Green Bank, which is a quasi-public state agency, is offering a solar municipal assistance program whereby the Green Bank collaborates with interested towns and cities to install solar photovoltaic systems on municipal property. And then this past summer, the Green Bank and their technical partner, CSW Energy, identified the town hall and the public works garage in Mansfield as viable locations that would offer a cost savings through a solar power purchase agreement, otherwise known as a PPA.
Mr. Aylesworth, can I stop you for just 1 minute? I want to go back for a moment to the fire, because there was a recommendation that some members of the council wanted to make about this one, and that is that the next presentation go first to the Committee on Personnel, as it is a personnel issue. So that there would be a recommendation from personnel to the council as to what position we might want to take on this. Or Mr. Aylesworth, does anybody want to comment on this? I know that a couple of people had talked about the fact that maybe rather than have the next presentation come to us without some council work on it. Mr. Shakin?
I would just agree and say, I think at least I have after the last two presentations, have a pretty good understanding of the situation and of the report's recommendations. And I would leave it up to Mr. Aylesworth in conjunction with the consultants and our fire chief, acting and then hopefully soon permanent to come up with an actionable plan or an actionable set of options for how we sort of move forward. This is obviously something that will take us several years to implement in any way, very much including the capital needs of shifting station resources. But that as sort of part of that process, if there's checks along the way of, hey, should we proceed working on this or that the personnel committee might be a good way to deal with them, since the primary issue at hand here is personnel related. Rather than continuing to have the conversation as a full council if we don't have decisions to make as a full council.
And I would only add that while it might not have been mentioned tonight, that was part of the discussion I had with Chief Raiola, that recommendations that came out of deliberations that he and I and others on the staff side had would go before personnel, because we're talking about essentially adding a number of new positions to the org chart. Use the personnel subcommittee, certainly as a sounding board as a minimum before bringing any sort of final formal recommendations before the council as a whole. So I think we're all on the same page there.
Okay, thank you.
And with that, so the power purchase agreement, the PPA, would be a binding 20-year commitment with a fixed price and a minimum production guarantee. In recent past, the Green Bank secured the incentives for each project. Again, that's the Public Works Garage and the Town Hall, and completed the competitive solicitation process. 2 steps that would be needed to determine the final PPA rates. In your agenda item summary, there's a table that breaks down these preliminary rates. Those were presented to you, I believe, back in May, as well as final PPA rates for each project. That's new information being provided tonight. The lower rate will provide greater savings for each project in the town. And just as a reminder, the council passed a motion at its May 26th meeting that would allow myself as town manager to enter into a final agreement pending competitive final pricing. So basically, there definitely seemed to be an understanding that the council wanted to hear back once the final pricing, the final rates were known. And so that's what we're here to talk about tonight. And the council needs to execute the agreement to lock in the pricing and achieve any projected savings. And so with that, I don't know if John has anything he wants to say, or if he would ask that I just turn it over now to Emily Basham of Connecticut Green Bank.
You covered it all, Ryan. If the council wants to hear a briefing, Emily is here along with Mackie Dykes to give a briefing if you need it, or if you're comfortable from what we did in May. That's up to you.
Council, briefing or no briefing? Mr. Freudman.
I don't need the briefing. I remember it from several months ago, and I reviewed it here in the packet. So you're asking me, I don't need to hear it, but it's up to my colleagues.
Mr. Shaken.
I see it up on the screen, but if I'm happy to make a motion if the council is happy to vote on one without a PowerPoint, that'd be fine.
Oh, it's 9/11, and I'll tell you what. Let's make the motion, and if discussion if there seem to be a lot of questions raised, then we can ask for the full presentation. Mr. Shaken.
Great. I will make a motion, and we can table it for lots of questions if we need to and come back to it. So, I see Kevin is on the line. Do I need to read this whole motion? Thumbs up, thumbs down. Can I say move as presented?
I think you can do that. It's going to be in the minutes.
Okay. I move that the council adopts the resolution as presented on page 108 of our packet.
Seconded by Mr. Bruder. Mr. Shaken, now speak to your motion.
I do, thank you. This came before the council back in May, as Ryan mentioned. This agreement would allow the town to install solar panels on 2 more municipal buildings, as they mentioned, Town Hall and the town garage on Clover Mill Road. It's different than the last couple of solar projects that have been completed in town on municipal buildings at the middle school, where I guess is underway, not completed, and at the high school. For this agreement, this motion would enter us into a power purchase agreement with a private company for the construction of these solar panels. And I want to speak for quite just a second why that makes sense. It's very easy. At the school, the state pays for them. And so the state covers a pretty significant portion of roof construction, and that roof construction in recent times, and for these 2 projects at the middle school and the high school, included the cost of the installation of solar panels. No such match is available for other municipal buildings such as Town Hall and the town garage. And so when faced with the prospect of, well, what do we do? That's when a power purchase agreement makes sense. That's where a private company essentially paying the capital cost for the solar panels, and the town paying that cost back over time through that private company realizing some of the profit from the solar generation makes sense. And so that's why I think we ought to enter into this PPA for these facilities. And the reason it's important to do it, given that there is a company that will now be realizing some of the profit where the town is realizing all of it on the school buildings, is because it's really important that we do a better job in Mansfield with greener energy consumption and generation at our municipal properties. We have fallen behind many other communities that surround us. Some of the best, greenest, if you will, communities in the state are right near around us, in Coventry and some others. And it makes no sense whatsoever that there aren't solar panels on Town Hall in 2020, that there aren't solar panels on the town garage in 2020. And so I'm very, very much looking forward to there being those solar panels on those facilities in 2021. And I hope my colleagues will support entering into this agreement to make that happen. Thank you.
Mr. Freeman.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I just want to say, if we're not getting the presentation, maybe we can go to the fuller screen of our, images, but just a suggestion. Anyway, I have thank you. I have several questions, but I see the motions on the table and I may not be able to speak more than twice unless we suspend the rules. So I'm going to have to kind of mix this up and get as much out there as I can. First of all, the whole project combined, we're talking about saving $11,300 a year, which isn't, well, anyway, that's not a whole lot of money. And I think money is money. It doesn't mean you shouldn't do it, but it's still, there are some considerations. First of all, the whole premise on this is based that we buy electricity from this company, CSW Energy, for 20 years at a price that it says here in the narrative is a fixed price of 8.5 cents per kilowatt hour. And that's seen, the reason it says that this is profitable is because we're paying, according to what we see on page 107, is that we're paying 11.2 cents per kilowatt hour. Now, I'm questioning whether we're really paying 11.2 cents, and I'll tell you why. And I looked at my Eversource bill, as we all get, and it's split between the supply cost. It's broken down in what you're paying, how much of your bill is for the supply, also referred to sometimes as generation, and then a bigger part of the bill is the distribution charge, which is basically the network, the grid, what's called delivery. This 8.5 cents is just for supply. It's like no different from a power plant. We're buying that generation from the panels. It doesn't make sense to me that we're paying 11.2 cents for supply, because I'm only paying 7.4 cents per supply, then it's 10 cents for the delivery. So I pay it, my variable costs based on consumption is 17.4 cents per kilowatt hour. So when I saw that the town pays 11.2 cents per kilowatt hour, I thought that makes perfect sense. You would expect a town as a volume purchaser to get a big discount and maybe not have some of the taxes that might be built into the bill apply to a government client. But to say that it's 11.2 just for supply doesn't make sense, because I get it for less. And if we're not comparing supply from CSW to supply from what we're getting, if we're comparing it to supply from the solar people to the whole thing, supply plus delivery, this is not a fair comparison. So I will move on because, I'm limited in what. Yes.
I think you've asked a very important question about the nature of the calculations, and I would like to ask for an answer. And I would ask either the people from the Green Bank or Ms. Bradshaw Hill or somebody to address your question as to whether or not these numbers are actual reflections of total payment.
I would welcome that, Mayor. I only ask, I do have the floor, and I'm afraid that once I use the floor, and I want my time, and I have several other points I'd like to make, and I just as soon make them now and get those answers later, at least so I know I can get these out.
I think we ought to get an answer while we remember your question and while our visitors remember your question. I will not take the floor away from you because I have interrupted you and asked to get an answer to your question.
As long as the answer doesn't count against my time, because I do have other points.
No, the answer will not count against your time. So who is the appropriate person to answer this question? Mr. Dykes.
This is Mackie Dykes. I'm the Vice President of Financing Programs at the Connecticut Green Bank. Thanks for your question, Councilmember Fordman. If I could just clarify one point that you made. The town would not actually be buying the energy from CSW. CSW is our technical partner in developing these projects. The owner of the project will actually be a nonprofit that spun out of the Green Bank. So the Green Bank is an investor project along with other private capital providers, and it'll be that entity that you're actually buying the power from. To your question about the rate, the 11.3 cents is based on the actual electricity bills, an analysis we did of the actual electricity bills from the sites. I'm not sure where it was stated that it was just supply. We look at all of the volumetric charges on an electric bill. So everything that is billed per kilowatt hour, that is the biggest component of that is the generation. But there are, depending on which rate class you're on, there are other distribution charges that can be billed per kilowatt hour. There are also federally mandated congestion charges that are billed on a kilowatt hour and other components of a bill. Anything that is volumetric and therefore billed per kilowatt hour, you're avoiding costs by not purchasing that kilowatt hour from the utility. So that's we do the analysis of each bill, we add up each of those kilowatt hour charges, and that's the rate that you see presented here. So that is the comparison, because that is what you would pay per kilowatt hour for that electricity from the utility.
Well, okay, but I still see that the 8.5 cents is from the solar panels, no matter who the buyer is. I mean, we pay for the 8.5 cents, and that's from the panels to the delivery point. The delivery point basically being, the utility, the big utility that we get everything from. That's how I read the agreement. Now I have a few other things to say. Several things to say. First of all, the 8.5 cents, it says several times it's guaranteed for 20 years. That is not so. I looked very carefully, as I'm sure all my colleagues did. I worked on this over the weekend with my Republican colleagues, and I'm sure the other 6 members of the major party did as well. As you all know, from clause 3.5 on page 127, they can increase the rates. They can increase it First of all, they can increase by up to 2% anytime they want. So you can go from 8.5 to 8.65 to 8.8, 8.95. They can do it every day. There's nothing in there about a time limit on how often they can increase by, as long as they stay under 2%. They can also go over 2% as long as they give some reason. And the reason, I guess, could be whatever. You know, our labor cost went up, our cost of maintenance went up. There's no guarantee. The 8.5%, I read the clause very carefully. There's no guarantee it stays at 8.5%, 8.5 cents per kilowatt hour for the full 20 years. So be very, very careful. I implore my colleagues. I know that many people who just like when something's for the environment. Please, there's some gotchas here. I'd like to move on to something else. It says, and this is on page 126, we have to buy all the electricity that is put up by the solar panels. So let's take the town garage. Let's say it's a nice spring day. There's hardly any, it's a weekend, sun is shining, a lot of energy is being cranked up there, but it's not being needed at the town garage. We have to buy all that electricity, even though we're not using it. I don't see anything in this agreement that says, well, when you do need more energy in the town garage than what is being generated by the panels, then the energy you had pumped out when you didn't need it all is a credit. I didn't see that. Maybe it's in there. I didn't see it. So I can, me being kind of suspicious about these things, see an obligation for this town to buy all the electricity that's put on, but then when you need it, you know, a cloudy day, hot, it's cold, your air conditioning, heating, you're using running equipments during the week, using a lot more power and the panels aren't putting out anything, you know, if it's cloudy or hardly anything, then we're buying it at whatever rate we normally pay, you know, without solar panels. I have something else. They're assuming, even if you believe these numbers, always at 8.5, which is not the case, and that the 11.2 isn't comparing apples. I keep saying 11.2. Yeah, it says here 11.2 isn't really delivery. I mean, it included plus the generation. Even if you believe that, and you believe that we're going to save all of 11,300, there are other costs that we incur. For example, on page on page 125, we're going to have to do a roof assessment. That's on us. So what does that mean? We're going to hire consultants, an engineering company to go up on the roof, look at our drawings. What kind of a bill is that going to cost us in consultant fees to ascertain whether our roofs are structurally sound enough?
Mr. Freeman, can we get an answer to that question? That's an important question that could be easily answered.
I just have one point, and then he can answer, and we'll still get the floor, and I'll follow up. The other thing I have, and this is a good question for people who have expertise in buildings, you know, I don't know much about structures, and I don't know much about roofs. But what I do know about roofs is you want to get, either when it rains, when it snows and the snow melts, when it rains and it's wet, you want that roof to dry out, be exposed to the wind, have as much sun on that roof as you can get so it gets dry and stays dry. When you have solar panels, it's perpetually in the shade. I've sometimes in the years have had issues with lichen growing on my roof, and I do get sun, but it just wasn't enough. You need sun, sun, sun. The more the better. Even if when you get sun, if it's not quite enough, you can get this fungus or whatever lichen is. When you have a solar panel, it's perpetually in the shade. That cannot be good. And also, what can't be good for a roof, I can't imagine. You know, you're going to be sinking hundreds and hundreds of bolts into the roof to you know, secure the brackets that are going to hold the solar panels. And you have, you know, that's on top of the roof. That's not like going under a shingle. That's on top of the roof. And in the case of Town Hall, it's right through the tar because that's a flat roof where it's poured tar. And you have to assume that everybody who's installing it and crawling all over the roof is carefully resealing everything into sealing bonds and there's no leakage. I'm just worried that within a few years you start seeing a little leak here and spotting on the ceiling. I don't know that it's good for a roof to be in the shade and have all these bolts, you know, sunk into a roof. So those are the points I'm concerned about, and I will be voting no on this proposal.
Mr. Freudman, you're now scaring the life out of me. I just ordered solar panels for my roof. Will the people from the Green Bank talked about the safety and security. And first of all, the question had what cost to the town incur as part of the roof assessment? And secondly, we talk about the damage incurred to roofs by solar panels.
Great, thank you for those questions. If you could please direct me to the language you're referencing on the roof assessment. We cover, there's no cost to the town. There is a roof assessment to ensure the structural integrity of the building with the solar panels on there, but we pay for that. So I just want to, which clause is that?
It's page 100, and thank you very much. It's page 125, and it's, so that's Article 2, and it's clause, it's 2.2, the conditions precedent, and it's the second line from the bottom of subparagraph lowercase b, roof assessment completed by the buyer.
Oh, that's so if you'll read the first part of 2.2b, it's seller, which is us, our partners, shall at its sole cost and expense assess the condition and suitability of the project site. The language you're referencing is, it's a list that says in connection with the assessment, which we will be paying for, buyer, so that's you, will provide seller with the following types of information where available and applicable. So, and then roof assessments completed by the buyer. So that's just saying if you have a roof assessment, then you will provide it. But but per the language right before that, we're going to pay for one if you don't have one, and most likely, unless it's a very recent one, we're going to do our own anyway. I can't imagine you've already done for properties. So unless it was specifically done for that reason, procure it per the terms of the contract.
To provide that information. Look, I'm not a lawyer, but I'm just reading it. I'm very simple. My Democratic colleagues are all attorneys or political scientists. They understand this stuff. I just read the plain English. I'm seeing it that the buyer will provide the seller with this information, and then what they have is a capital letter C. On the second line from the bottom of that paragraph, lowercase b, it says it's completed roof assessment completed by the buyer. It doesn't say we send the bill to you. Look, thank you.
It says we're available and applicable, which if you don't have one, it's not available. So yeah, we will per the beginning of the section seller at our sole cost and expense assess the condition and suitability of the project site.
Mr. Freudman, are you finished with your questions?
I am, Mayor, and thank you very much.
One of the questions that you asked, which we have not had an answer to, was do solar panels do damage to roofs, either by shading them or by putting bolts in there and putting holes in them? And could one of you answer that question, please?
Alan, can I turn that over to you?
Sure. I'm here. This is Alan.
Oh, I'm sorry. I meant Alan Sapins with CSW Energy. Sorry, technical expert.
Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
So this is Alan with CSW Energy. To Mackey's question and the question that was posed, what will happen is upon the engineering phase of these projects, the contractor will engage the roof manufacturer and start the process of a pre-inspection that will take place. And the intent of that inspection is to maintain the warranty through the construction process. And then upon the completion of construction, the contractor will reach out to that roof manufacturer again and have them do a post-installation inspection and sign off on the installation methods that were used, and ultimately honor the warranty to continue to take place after the installation has been completed. So in terms of the roof and the roof warranty, that would be done through the contractor through the engineering phase. And in terms of the damage, again, if there were any damage to take place, again, by engaging that roofing warranty holder during the pre-inspection as well as the post-inspection, anything would be remedied during that time.
Mr. Corson, could you answer the question? We're installing solar roofs on several other town buildings. Can you say something about your understanding of long-term damage? Not just warranty damage, but the shade and the fungus and the holes.
Well, the one I can turn to is what we have right now on the MCC roof that's been up there for about 12, 13 years. And we do have inspections done on that roof along with the rest of the roofs for the town. And we don't see anything like, moss building up underneath those currently. So beyond that, the big part would be whether it's a ballasted system or an anchored system. I think they're proposing a ballasted system here. So that would be weighted system, usually something with some cement blocks on metal trays or something like that. But the roof would have to be, as he's saying, with an engineer, they're going to look at that and determine whether it can handle the weight of all that first. So, yeah, after that, I would say if they say it's okay, then it should be fine.
Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Shakin, followed by Mr. Freudman. For the
Thank you.
second.
I'd like to use my second opportunity to be recognized to say two things. One is to just briefly dispute a point that was raised as fact by Councilor Freudman. That point deals with contract clause 3.5 on page 127. Councilor Freudman said, and I'm paraphrasing, that the agreement would allow the seller, in this case, the energy provider, to raise its rates for any reason, as long as that were below 2% for the term of the contract. That is not true. Just as the last issue of fact that was disputed, Mr. Freudman is missing the first clause of the sentence, which conditions rate changes on a number of factors, and those factors are that number one, prior to the project, there are conditions or requirements that are unanticipated at the time that we sign this agreement. Number two, that we decide we wanted to design it differently than this contract lays out. Number three, that there are significant changes to environmental incentives. Or number four, that there's a change in law, state or federal law, that would be applicable here, and that the seller, that would result in a meaningful change to the costs that the seller is bearing by owning this agreement. And only if one of those conditions are met could the seller propose to increase or decrease the rate by 2%. And if that proposal is made, as far as I'm reading the rest of this paragraph to go, then the buyer, us, the town, has to accept that proposed change. If we do, then the contract can be amended. If we don't, then the seller can terminate the agreement. It does not say that the seller, as Councilor Freudman alleged, could raise our rate by 2% a day if they wanted to, and there's nothing we can do about it. That's number one. Number two, using what is left of my time, just to contend that that I see solar panels as a layperson who doesn't understand how they go on roofs and relies on people like Alan and the experts on this call to make sure that things are installed correctly. I see solar panels installed on all sorts of buildings. They are, in fact, very commonly installed on large commercial buildings that have flat tar roofs, and they are very commonly installed without leaks to the roof caused by their bolts and without damage to the roof caused by them shading the roof from the sun. And I strongly urge my colleagues to support this agreement because it is the right thing to do for the environment and the right thing to do for the town. Thank you.
So anybody, Mr. Konchenberger?
Thank you. Well, at this point, I'm not sure. I was going to suggest that actually would be helpful, given the number of questions, to hear the presentation, and especially since they sat through any number of times. I mean, a number of hours here. It seems like it'd be good to hear from them. But I would support that, but I'll defer to others, depending on what they think is necessary. One quick point on the agreement. I mean, there's a couple, but the only one I wanted to flag tonight is a confidentiality agreement. I don't think we should agree to that. I don't think we can. We're a public entity. Our ability to treat these things confidentially is, I think, appropriately so, very limited. And I don't think, and the nature of these type of agreements anyway, there's very little that really is truly, I think, confidential. So I think that would need to come out largely.
Well,
Mr. Deneen, can you speak to that? Are you prepared at all to speak to that?
We had made some changes, Madam Mayor and Councilman, to reflect that we are subject and recognizing that both the Green Bank and the town are subject to the Connecticut Freedom of Information Act. So even under that act, there may be some very limited confidential information that would not be released, but we had included language that put the burden on the party claiming an exemption to bring it forward. But
Kevin, is that in there? Because I'm looking at Article 12 confidentiality. Is that where it is?
I'm trying to flip through it right now.
That article at least is page 142 of the packet.
Okay. That's the identification of what is considered confidential information in Article. Let me just. Article 12.
If I may, while we're put a comment in the reference, if you're making reference to Article 12, which addresses confidentiality, the point there is actually more to, we deal with a lot of purchases that are not public entities, so that language is more to inform them that you can't really have an expectation of confidentiality because we're a public entity, so we're subject to FOIA. In this case, maybe it's not necessary since you are as well. It makes clear that the PPA will be considered public record and subject to disclosure under FOIA. So it's more sort of leaning towards making clear, no confidentiality expectation given the FOIA requirements we're under.
I don't think it's in Article 12, though.
Yeah, we had made it.
Might be an earlier version.
Excuse me. If you would look at page 226, what you were looking at the earlier page was the earlier draft of what was included on that. And then as we work through the language with the counsel for the Green Bank, you'll see Article 12, where we both, on page 226 of your packet, is the ones that's changed. So you got in your pack was included apparently the original draft and then the final drafts that are on that. So it's page 226 of your package addresses that, and that both parties are subject to the FOI.
Okay, I didn't see that. I was only looking at the first. Thanks, Kevin.
Yeah, no, it was. It's a little confusing between the two, but the second one is the one that incorporates all the draft changes that we had worked through.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Freudman.
yes, thank you, Mayor. And I appreciate Mr. Shakin's clarification, but I'm not so sure I agree, because going back to page 127 at clause 3.5, right in the middle of that big paragraph, where it's like a lowercase I in parentheses, they have to submit the citation and description of reasonably unanticipated applicable changes due to different factors, and goes on to the next line to say the manner in which such change has or will materially change seller costs. So I maintain, neither of us are lawyers, neither I nor Mr. Shaken, but it seems like as long as they say, look, these are reasonable costs that were unanticipated and we have to pass them on to you, that they do have the ability to increase the charges for 8.5 cents. So, one of us is right, the other one's wrong. I'm not sure. Maybe it takes expert legal opinion to tell us if they could never, ever increase the 8.5 cents, but I'm not seeing a rock hard guarantee. And one other point I wanted to make.
Wait, David, please, let's get an answer to that question. Mr. Deneen, is Mr. Freudman interpreting this area of the contract correctly?
I believe what Councilman Shaken would indicate. They have the right to bring that to us. We're not obligated to accept any of that increase. We have the right to not do so and then terminate the agreement under those, or then the seller can, or the buyer in that case, could determine to terminate the agreement. But we're not locked into that. Okay, so if after 5 years they try to increase the rates, we can say, well, take down your solar panels and goodbye. We end the agreement. Or they can say, okay, we will just keep it at the same rate. Okay, I had one other point, and this will be my final point. I think I've mentioned it before, and this is on page 126, paragraph 3.2. I understand there from the first line, the buyer shall pay the seller for all the energy delivered, to the delivery point, which means putting it up on the grid. So I brought up a scenario before. I don't know if anyone cares to address it. Take the parking garage, closed on the weekend, very low energy usage, but the solar panels are cranking out power, and we're obligated to buy all of that power. We're paying at 8.5 cents per kilowatt hour that we're not needing. The place is basically dormant. There's hardly anything. You don't need to heat, don't need to cool. But then when we do need power, it's a cloudy day, we're heating or we're cooling. Is that an offset? Or are we saying, oh no, the panels can't put out enough for what you're needing, and you're left, may not be putting out anything on a cloudy day or when you're needing that power later on. Is that an offset, or you're just saying, look, you have to buy the power just like you did before? So is this transferable in time, or are we required to pay for all the power being put out at the time whether we use it or not?
David, you have a legitimate question. Let's get an answer. Mr. Dykes or Ms. Basham or whoever.
Yes, thank you. So yes, that's correct. You are required to purchase all the power from the system. However, Connecticut law sets up what's known as net metering, which means that if you're producing power at a time in your solar system at the time you need it, you're able to bank those credits at the full retail rate. So at this time, the 11.3 cents that you're paying, as that rate changes, those credits will reflect the value of whatever your retail rate is. So you're able to bank those credits, and then at a time when the solar system is not producing enough electricity to meet your demand, you can pull down on those credits. So you're buying them at 8.3 or 8.5 cents to pay the project, not using them at the time, maybe banking it, and then when you need it, pulling it down and avoiding the 3 cent power you would have had to purchase. Now, just to be clear, that net metering policy, which is I looked up the statutory reference, but it's enshrined and it's Connecticut law. You're right, it's not in our agreement because it's not us providing. We have no authority to provide that to you. It's based on Connecticut law and your relationship with the utility. But one important component is that ability to bank at the full retail rate is only applicable for how much you use for a year. So we size all of our systems to not produce more than 85% of what you use in a year, because we never want to have you producing more power you need, and setting up the situation that you're exactly right. You know, we don't want to happen what you're saying, which is you're buying the power from us for 8 cents and selling it back to the utility at a cheaper rate than buying it from us. We don't want you to lose money. So for the garage, we're producing 85% of what's used, or what that building uses over a year, and town hall is under 50%.
Okay, if anybody else have any questions? I think we're ready to vote. Ms. Chain, can you call the roll on this, please?
Yes, Osberger.
Mr. Osberger? You're muted. Votes no.
Yes.
Yes, I'm voting no.
Yes, Mr. Bruder?
Yes.
Frachoni.
I'm sorry, we're having trouble hearing you, Ms. Chain.
Sorry, Frachoni.
He stepped away from the screen momentarily. We'll have to come back to him.
Okay, Freudman.
No.
Aschenberger.
Yes.
Moran.
Yes.
Sharon.
Mr. Sharon?
Yes.
Mr. Fratelli? How do you...
Yes.
Shaken.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, everybody. I just want to comment that when I had the inspection on my house, they came out with a drone, which was a very interesting watch, and they also came out took thousands of pictures of the interior structure. So I did not have to pay a penny. All right, the next item on our agenda is appointment of the town attorney.
Thank you, Emily.
Mr. Sharon? You're muted.
Apologies. I want to recuse myself from this item.
Okay. And thank you, those of you who are here from outside from the Green Bank, for your patience with us. This is an important discussion for us.
Thank you for your time.
Okay. It's almost 10 o'clock. Mr. Aylesworth, you want to present the appointment of the town attorney issue?
Sure. Back in November of 2019, the town council appointed the firm O'Malley, Deneen, Leary, Messina, and Oswecki as town attorney for a term that commenced on December 4th, 2019 and ended on December 3rd, 2020. It wasn't until a day or so before this expiration date that it was brought to our attention. Attorney Deneen caught it, I believe, that we were coming up on the termination date. And basically, a flurry of phone calls took place. I know Mayor Moran was brought into this. And at the time, sort of a tentative plan, I guess you could say, was hatched to extend the law firm services, serving as the town's attorney for 2 months. That would have extended it into early February 2021. Upon further review and discussion, and Deputy Mayor Shaken was part of this discussion as well, there was seemingly some consensus that extending it for 2 months and issuing a new RFP for legal services at this time would be really too brief a period of time for one for the town to potentially secure alternative legal services if another firm was picked, but also they would be, whoever that firm was, would be signing up for what amounts to a very abbreviated period of time, as it would the appointment would end at the time of the seating of the next council in early December of 2021. And so my takeaway from that conversation was that Mayor Moran and Deputy Mayor Shaken thought it would be appropriate to come back to the full council to propose an extension of the existing contract. So we would continue to work under the same contract as is currently spelled out for a period that would conclude December 13th, 2021. That would be the seating of the next council. Prior to that or leading up to that, the full RFP process would be commenced with and would be carried out, so that essentially if there was a recommendation to change the town's legal representation at that point, that vote could be taken at the time of the new council being seated next December. So that is the concept is being advanced tonight. And if that's the direction that the council wants to go, it would be, a vote basically retroactive to December 4th, 2020, as the resolution is laid out in the packet. That's the summary.
Thank you. And the revised motion, the initial motion in your packet was for 3 months. The revised one for the full year appointment came in email from Tasha Smith today. Mr. Bruder.
I'd like to make that motion, Mayor.
Please.
Resolved pursuant to section C305 of the Mansfield Charter, the town council appoints the firm of O'Malley, Dean, Leary, Messina, and Oswecki as town attorney for a term retroactive to and commencing on December 4th, 2020, and ending on December 13th, 2021, and to authorize the town manager to execute an extension of the retainer agreement approved on November 25th, 2019 through and including December 13th, 2021.
Ms. Berthelot?
Second.
Second.
If I could just speak to the motion, Mayor.
Yes, you can.
I am happy with the way that this came about. I know that we had hoped to have the bid process open and available. We also hoped to have the town manager in place, and we did not anticipate COVID. So I know that at least I'm definitely happy with the services that were being provided. I still think that it's a good process and good governance to have it be go out to bid, and I'm fine with that happening with the election of the new council, whoever that might be, and that way the public is made aware, and other firms are provided the same opportunity. But for now, there's been no issues, and I think that extending it for this period of time makes sense.
Does anybody else wish to speak to the motion? Are we ready to vote? Is there anybody who wishes to abstain? And that's Mr. Shuren. Is there anybody who wishes to oppose this motion? Then the motion is passed unanimously, with the exception of Mr. Shuren, who has abstained. Kevin, you're welcome back for another year. And
thank you
for catching this.
So, thank you.
Okay, next item on our agenda is the agreement between Region 19 and the E.O. Smith Teachers Agreement. Mr. Aylesworth.
Yes. In somewhat of a similar set of circumstances to what was, I can't remember which meeting it was now. It was a meeting, I want to say in October, when union contracts with Mansfield Public Schools were ratified and discussed. This is a similar agreement that earlier disclosure of this was not, I believe, made to the council. I believe that the finance director for the town, which is obviously a shared position, with several entities, including Regional School District 19, was provided notification of these negotiations dating back to late September. However, our finance director was also brand new at that point, and probably, there hadn't been opportunity for any sort of internal communication on what discussions or disclosures to the council were expected or necessary at that time. But in any case, on November 30th, which was just very recently, the new master agreement, proposed master agreement, was filed in accordance with state law at the town clerk's office, and town clerk Sarah Ann provided notice to the town manager's office at that point, so this could be brought before the council at its next meeting, which was tonight. The council has 15 days to submit a request in writing of filing the contract, to request a meeting to consider the contract if that's the will of the council. And basically this would be like the 15th day, plus or minus a day. I think this would be the 15th day though. So that's basically a summary of where things stand. I had hoped that Superintendent Cornoyer would be in attendance. It looks like she was unable to join us this evening to speak to the agreement, which obviously she's been an active participating in crafting. That is the summary of this agenda item.
Mayor?
Ms. Aylesworth, do you know offhand what the increase, what major changes there are in this agreement?
I believe that there's annual increases of, I want to say it was 2.25% for the first year, and then 2.95% for each of the next 2 years in the salary schedule, spanning all steps and levels. Unfortunately, so this document came to me relatively late in the game. I have not had an opportunity or adequate time to do a side-by-side comparison to see how this compares to the last contract. So unfortunately, I'm not able to provide that level of insight in terms of how this language varies from the most recent contract for the Teachers Association. We are talking about teachers. Should have said that at the beginning. High school teachers.
Does it include the administrator? Or is there
I believe there's a typo in the agenda item summary. Refers to Regional School District 19 Administrators Association. I believe that was written in error. This is the E.O. Smith High School Teachers Association.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you for pointing that out.
All right. Now, and our options are to take no action or to reject it. Normally, we have a third option to approve it.
Yeah, and I actually wanted Attorney Deneen to weigh in here because it seems that one of the actions to be taken is this letter for an additional meeting or consideration. So I'm not sure that the options as laid out in the agenda item summary are fully complete. But since I haven't had a chance to confer with Attorney Deneen on this, perhaps, I hate to put you on the fly, Kevin, but perhaps you could speak to this now.
If I could have just a few minutes to take a look at that.
One of the problems, as I see it, is that this is a region, and so the rules governing regional schools differ from a local board of ed, and that's partly where there might be some confusion. Mr. Freudman.
Yes, thank you. I read the agreement, and as far as there were a lot of similarities to the ones we approved in early October 13th. As I read it, as far as this says, it could have asked that we have a vote to approve it, but it says if you don't take any action, it's considered like a vote of approval. It just becomes a vote, an automatic yes after 30 days. So that's why it says no action is required if you're in favor of it, but action is required if you're not in favor of it. I am not in favor of it, and I would like to raise some points of concern I have, but I do have that in the form of a motion, and I'd like to use this opportunity to make that motion, if I may. So here's my motion, and if I get a second, then I'll speak to it. Inasmuch as the Regional School District number 19 Board of Education has not adhered to the notification and other requirements of Connecticut General Statutes, Section 10-153D, and also due to excessive general wage increases in the latter 2 years of the 3-year agreement, move that the Mansfield Town Council rejects the tentative agreement between Regional School District number 19 Board of Education and the E.O. Smith High School Teachers Association for the period extending from July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024.
Is there a second to Mr. Freudman's motion? Mr. Osberger seconds. Go ahead and speak to your motion, Mr. Freudman.
Yes, the statute, which is listed on page 317.
Yes, I'll second.
Yes, we have you seconding, Mr. Osberger. Go ahead.
Yes, we, for one, I have two objections to this. First of all, as anyone can see from page 317 where the statute is laid out, there is a Board of Education is a required meeting between the Board of Education and the fiscal authority. The fiscal authority is the town council. In our case, it could be the Board of Selectmen or Board of Finance in the other two towns, whatever it is they have. This was not done. It's not a matter of telling the finance director or anyone else. It means it needs to go to, Mansfield, town council at mansfieldct.org and to set up a meeting. And this is the statute. I believe, and I want to make something clear to my colleagues, I think it sets a very bad example for the town council as the legislative body of this town to overlook the technicalities of state statute. There are a lot of attorneys and graduates of law school and brilliant political scientists among the members of the majority party, and technicalities make a big difference. Somebody can make out a will. It may be perfectly good, number of witnesses. It's what the decedent wants. The heirs are okay with it. The beneficiaries are okay with it. But, maybe they forgot to notarize it and it could be thrown out, unfortunately. This is not legally in proper form. And it does not behoove the legislative body of the town to overlook that. That's a bad example. We expect people to comply with state law, federal law, and there's remarkably good adherence to these laws in town ordinances. We send out tax bills, and there's well over 90% on-time compliance. And we expect, government could not function if people kind of thumb their nose at these requirements. It sets a very bad example for us to say, well, they didn't do it, but so what? And I think, I cannot approve a contract that I know has not been done following the requirements of the legislature that set up these statutes. Now, as far as my other objection, that I feel that the raises are excessive. Yes, as Manager Aylesworth pointed out, it's 2.25% and just shy of 3%, 2.95 for year 2 and for year 3. Unfortunately, in the narrative, there was no fiscal impact done. So I did a back of the envelope fiscal impact, and it's quite significant. I just took the amount that Mansfield pays every year, which is about $11 million. Let's figure that 60% of that is salaries, not salaries and benefits. That brings it up always to 75 or 80%, just the salaries. I think 60% is conservative. And multiply that by 8.25%. Pretty simple. And cumulatively over 3 years, we're looking at about $550,000 just for Mansfield. And the other towns would each be, whatever their ratio is, maybe $250,000 apiece. But Mansfield alone, just for these general wage increases, not step increases, it's well over $500,000. And to say we didn't bother telling you, we didn't bother having a joint meeting, we didn't follow the state statute where we would have had a voice across the table with their board, no. So I will vote. I urge my colleagues to support my motion, even if you like the contract, because we should not be approving contracts if for no other reason we shouldn't be putting our okay on a contract that didn't follow statute. So I hope you'll all support my motion. Thank you.
Ms. Berthelot?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Freudman raises significant points. And it's very uncomfortable that there's nobody here from Region 19 to speak about this contract. I understand one person might have other commitments, but that nobody's here at all is a little disconcerting. But that said, I also suspect, and I'll have to ask Attorney Deneen this, what if we were not to accept this? What would be the consequences of that decision? What would happen?
I believe the matter would be returned for binding arbitration at that point.
And what is the likelihood that we would prevail in such a matter?
It's difficult to say without knowing what the details of the overall settlement. We know the general wage increases that the town manager recited, the 2.25, 295, 295. Well, it's hard to know without knowing the totality of, did they make changes to the health insurance? Did they make changes in duty assignments? That type of balance is difficult to predict without knowing what those are, because there typically are offsets between the wages and some of the other potential changes.
Mr. Katzenberger, followed by Mr. Shaken.
Thank you. I mean, I agree with David and Terry. I think this is a problem. And it's also, I don't know if it's a pattern, but we're pretty familiar with not being consulted, at least not adequately, by Region 19. The school resource officer issue, which was, created more problems, and which we might have perhaps been able to avoid if we'd been consulted up front or talk as well. But I don't desire to just have this go into arbitration because we weren't. I would suggest that but we don't have time within 30 days, I assume, unless we have a special meeting with Region 19. But I do think a special meeting would be in order, because I don't think we should be agreeing to this without at least the opportunity to talk with them. I don't have any objection to this particular contract, but I do agree with the procedural issues, and I think we should have, and especially since a special meeting would obviously be done virtual, even if it's very short. I would like to hear from Region 19. Thanks.
Mr. Shaken.
Thank you. I want to speak directly to the motion at hand here, which is not to schedule a special meeting or approve a contract, but is to reject the agreement. And so first I want to say that I don't think we ought to reject the agreement for several reasons. Number one, I think regardless of whether or not we were informed properly, I am at least in strong support of giving teachers raises in the middle of a pandemic. So from a policy perspective, I would not be in support under any circumstance that had to do with technicalities and rejecting this agreement. Secondly, though, I do think, and this came up in the last conversation we had with the Mansfield Board of Education, it's very clear that there's been a procedural mess up at some level, whereby both the Board of Education and the region have started a practice of only consulting the mayor, which Councilor Freudman is correct, is not in keeping with what the general statutes say ought to happen. I think there are some ways that we could correct it short of an open invitation of every town council member to attend the negotiations directly. And I think, but the fact remains that this council hasn't given the mayor the authority to speak on its behalf to the Board of Education about the fiscal bodies, our fiscal bodies will, as they, to inform them as they enter into negotiations. So we dealt with it when we talked with the superintendent and the chair of the Board of Ed for the Mansfield schools by expressing our dissatisfaction and surprise, and then hearing the rationale behind their contract and deciding that we agreed with it anyway and supporting it. I have to say, absent anyone from Region 19 here tonight to give us that rationale, what I would support is to take no action as a council. I understand that that means that this agreement will go into effect. That's how state law works. It's one of the weird quirks of labor negotiations with public employees unions. It's certainly a very contentious one, and there are arguments on either side of it. But regardless of them, that is what the law says, that if we do nothing, the agreement takes into effect. And frankly, if this motion were to pass, the agreement would also take into effect because we would lose at binding arbitration, most likely. And it would come at a great expense to us. And so I'm going to vote no on this motion, but I also think at this point, there isn't sufficient information in front of me to support, even though we're not given the option in our packet, which is slightly confusing, a motion to accept the agreement either. And that I would be in support of just moving on after this motion hopefully fails. So thank you very much. That's my take on this issue.
Anybody else wish to speak to Mr. Freudman's motion? May I take the opportunity to say a few things? Traditionally, it was the finance chair or members of the finance committee who met with boards of education to discuss the budget and to discuss the negotiations and contracts parameters for salary settlements. Generally speaking, I think that they were presented with the whole range of issues, but the issues which were most important to the finance committee and ultimately the council were things having to do with cost, since we had no right to affect education policy. So in the past, these discussions were held, and at some point there was a report to the council on the progress of negotiations, as there had been for town employees. That's my recollection. Now, this has been a really strange year. Not only have we had changes in town manager, changes in the finance director, changes in the superintendent of the region, COVID, just everything is up in the air, including total changes in how public business is conducted based on executive orders. So I think it's all screwed up. I think we do need to insist on consultation in the future. And but I would support Mr. Shakin's recommendation that we vote no on Mr. Freudman's amendment and that we move on from here. Mr. Katzenberger, followed by Mr. Aylesworth.
Right. The Board of Education, we found out more about it after it was more or less done. Because I agree, this is something that I would like to participate in, or at least have more knowledge of in advance. But I would make, I don't know if it's a friendly I'll request an amendment to Mr. Freudman's motion, see if anyone seconds it, which is that we do hold a special meeting in the next several weeks for this specific topic with the superintendent from Region 19 and anyone else they think appropriate. It can be a short meeting, but obviously it would be virtual. But I think we should have them come and talk to us. I like that more than, although my second choice would be what Ben's motion was, suggestion was rather, which is to vote no on this motion. But I would ask, I would move to amend the motion to have a special meeting prior to Christmas, prior to December 25th.
I'll second that.
Discussion.
Just a point of order, point of order, point of order.
Mr. Shaken.
I think Mr. Katzenberger's motion is out of order unless he rephrases it. Mr. Freudman has moved to reject the agreement. Is Mr. Katzenberger moving to amend the agreement to reject and then to schedule a special meeting, or is he moving to table Mr. Freudman's motion and schedule a special meeting? His amendment doesn't seem to make an amendment to Mr. Freudman's motion. That's my point of order.
I will sustain your point of order. And Mr. Katzenberger, I will ask you to, after the vote on Mr. Freudman's amendment, if you wish to make your proposal as a self-standing motion, let's do that.
I would ask, I think the intent was fairly clear, so I would ask that I'd be given an opportunity to rephrase the motion. I mean, we know whether it wins or not, I don't know, but amended motions often radically change the motion itself. There's nothing, in fact, that's...
I believe Superintendent Knoyer has joined us.
Just want to make it all...
Sharon?
A point of procedure. We have a motion on the floor. There's an amendment that you have now said is out of order. Are we going to vote on a motion on the floor before we hear from the superintendent, or are we going to table for 10 minutes? What are we going to do with the motion on the floor?
All right. I have Mr. Katzenberger's motion out of order. And I would like us to proceed to Mr. Freudman's motion. And I would like us also, when that motion has been voted on, I would like Ms. Knoyer to speak to us about the contract, although it should have come beforehand, but she's just now signing on. So, Mr. Katzenberger, hold your motion.
Yes, but hold on. I don't mind holding the motion, but we are making this much more complicated than we need to.
No,
what
Katzenberger.
we need to do is, I don't want to vote in a motion until we hear from the superintendent, who's now on. You can table the motion. Like, it makes no sense to vote on something when the person...
Are you moving to table Mr. Freudman's motion until we hear from the superintendent?
Yes, since she's on the line.
A motion to table is not debatable. Is there a second? Mr. Bruder seconds. All those in favor of tabling Mr. Freudman's motion until we hear from Knoyer, please raise your hand. I think the motion is 6-3. All right, Ms. Knoyer, are you there?
Point of order, Tony. You need to have people vote in opposition too. You only have people vote in favor.
Right. Well, I could see who wasn't voting, and I assume they are vote. All those opposed to the tabling motion, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Mr. Freudman, Mr. Frattoni, and Mr. Asperger vote against tabling the motion. Ms. Knoyer.
Good evening.
Welcome. I'm so glad you have joined us. We have some discussion about the contract in front of us.
Yes.
Can you please clarify, first of all, whether it's teachers and administrators or just teachers?
Certainly. It is just the teachers.
Okay. Please present the contract to us.
Okay. First of all, I apologize. I didn't realize that I was on the agenda to present the contract. I don't have it in front of me. But what I can tell you is we began the process of negotiations back in October. At that time, there was a pre-negotiations meeting, and I understand that that was a concern that was discussed this evening during your meeting. We did invite the first selectman from the sending towns For Mansfield, we invited, as we were informed that it was past practice to invite the director of finance, and an invitation was sent. It was an error on my part to not extend that invitation to anyone further, as someone who is new to the district. So I do want to apologize for that. That error was on my behalf to start that process. We did have a pre-negotiations meeting that included our attorney, Ken Weinstock, our locked-in representative who presented the situation with our insurance, as well as the personnel committee of the Board of Education and the board chair. We began that process. We went through several negotiation meetings where there was quite a bit of conversation around some of the contract language. The previous superintendent had made some notes and left some notes in regards to the contract that changed some of the language to bring it up to date and to be representative of the current practices that were in place. So there were a lot of changes that we were able to bring forward to make the contract more relevant to the work that was being completed. We did negotiate our wages, and there was quite a bit of conversation around some of the area negotiations that had been settled thus far, which were up around 9%. It was very early in the process. There weren't a lot of comps to compare to at that point. In conversations with the union, and with a landscape of not really knowing and understanding what the fiscal climate is going to be like during our recovery from the pandemic. There was considerable conversation around making sure that, especially the first year, but also the subsequent years, that despite the fact that we're very grateful to our teachers for the burden of work that's been on their shoulders throughout this COVID time, that we really did need to be fiscally responsible to the fact that our sending communities are hurting financially. Our families are hurting financially from the strain of the COVID situation. So they came in with their initial ask was 3% for 3 years. We did negotiate as a group where there was representation from each of the sending towns, and ended up being able to agree on a 2.25% the first year, a 2.95 and a 2.95 for the 3-year contract, with no changes to their benefits due to the fact that our insurance line is our insurance fund has been doing very well. Our insurance consultant provided us information that said that we were in a good place as far as our insurance was concerned, and so we were able to keep their contribution. And the fact that their insurance contributions at this point at 21% was already one of the higher contributions for most of the sending regions.
Point of order.
For most of the regions.
Point of order?
Yeah, just a concern. I wonder if some of the things we're discussing are executive sessionable, since they rate, even though the negotiations are passed, they relate to some negotiating strategy things. And I just want to raise that as a possible question.
We are dealing with a contract that is in fact in front of us.
So we're talking about what was asked for by each side.
Mr. Tadine.
I don't believe the superintendent is presenting the history of what occurred on that. To inform you, the contract has been closed. It is, if you were formulating strategy with regards to collective bargaining, I think the point would be well taken. I think the fact that the contract is completed and this is a presentation as in the council's role of review, it's not necessary to go into executive session for that.
Thank you. That makes a great deal of sense. Okay, Ms. Kennard, please continue.
And so at that point, thank you. At that point, it was the contract was agreed upon by both sides with and to move forward for the next 3 years.
Do council members have questions for Ms. Knoyer? Mr. Freudman?
Yes, thank you. Simply put, you knew what the statute was. You were supposed to inform the fiscal authority, that's the 9 members of the council, and whatever our counterparts in the legislatures of the other 2 towns. You know our email, they're on the town website under your government, town council. And if you didn't know, that's in case you didn't know, it's town council at mansfieldct.org. So I have a simple question for you. You know, the legislative requirements are quite clear. You notify the body, you set up a meeting with the Board of Ed, between the Board of Ed and the 3 respective, probably separate meetings or combined, I don't know. So I have a question for you. You're an educator. You're sending off young people into adulthood and expecting them to be responsible citizens and follow state statute. Why don't you? Why didn't you?
Mr. Freudman?
I asked her a question.
Mr. Freudman, that is a question that is actually phrased as an attack on Ms. Knoyer's professional and personal ability. I'm going to rule your statement out of order. If you wish to ask her for a simple question of why negotiations with the town did not occur, I will entertain that.
I will rephrase my question if I may.
Yes.
I would like to ask the superintendent respectfully why the fiscal authority of the town, and maybe the other 2 towns as well, were not notified per state statute.
Mr. Freudman, as I mentioned, I'm sorry.
Mr. Freudman, you no longer have the floor. Let's get an answer to your question.
In response to the question, as I mentioned before, I take full responsibility, Mr. Freudman, for mistakenly feeling that notifying the director of finance was the appropriate process in notifying the fiscal authority for the town of Mansfield. And as I said earlier, I do own that, and it certainly is a mistake that won't be made again. But that was the information that I was provided, and to your point, I should have looked into that further.
Thank you. Mr. Shern.
Yeah, I appreciate that very much, and I understand how that can happen. Let me just say, thinking back on my time on the region, the usefulness of having representation from the towns and the governing bodies of the town is really to give a sense, a general sense, as I recall, of the fiscal climate. You're all aware of it, but a general sense of the concerns of each of the towns that will serve as a guide and also, in essence, strengthen the hand of the board in negotiating a contract. And as we move forward, I'm sure that that'll be a consideration that will be followed.
I just want to comment that in January, there was a consultation on the budget to which sending towns were invited, and I attended that along with at least one other person from Mansfield, and I can't remember who was there with me. I think there may have been another council member. Mr. Kotchenberger, were you on at that meeting? It was somebody else. Mr. Carrington, was that you?
I know I was there with you, Mayor. I think somebody else was too, but January was a long time ago, especially with COVID.
It sure was. Could have been a different decade. But we did talk about budget, and of course the cost of salaries is part of budget. Mr. Bruder.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know if it's appropriate, but at this point, now that we've had the presentation and we've had the answer, it being 10:31, could we possibly retable Councilor Freudman's motion to vote on? I don't know if that's procedurally what we're supposed to do at this point, but
We're going to remove from the table Mr. Freudman's motion.
okay.
Freudman, please come back. Your motion, Mr. Freudman's motion, which was made and seconded, is now up for discussion. Mr. Freudman has spoken to it already. Is there anybody else who wishes to speak to Mr. Freudman's motion? Ms. Chain, I'm going to ask you to call the roll on this. And Mr. Freudman's motion is to reject the contract.
Yes, thank you. Osberger,
For the motion.
Berthelot,
No.
So yes.
Bruder,
No.
Tony,
Yes.
Freudman,
Yes.
Katzenberger,
No.
Moran,
No.
Shuren,
No.
Shaken.
No.
Thank you, Ms. Canoyer, for joining us on such short notice. Ms. Berthelot.
I just wanted to thank the superintendent for joining us, that her presence here is greatly appreciated. And as are all the efforts by Region 19 to keep the schools open and the school open. And I know that it's a great deal of stress on all of the teachers, and I hope they know how much we appreciate the work they are doing.
Thank you. I'll extend those sentiments as well.
Mr. Shaken.
Thanks. I wanted to go back to the question, Mayor, that you asked of our attorney at the very beginning of this agenda item that he asked for a few minutes to look into, which was normally we are given three options. One is to accept, one is to do nothing, one is to reject. Is there a particular reason that we were given only two options in this agenda item? Or would a motion to accept the agreement be one of the options we have available to us?
So in reviewing the statute, it is, it's been my experience that most town councils do those three options. The statute itself only addresses rejection. So you'll see a lot of town councils that will put the motion in a negative in order to make it sound like they're approving it. But statutorily, your choices are to do nothing or to reject. Obviously, a motion to approve would be the equivalent of doing of not rejecting it. So.
Well, we have just rejected the motion to reject the contract. So I think we have achieved our purpose and we can move on.
Yes, if the council does not act to revisit it within the remaining 16 days, the contract will be approved.
Okay. So is it?
Just go to bed.
Pardon? Okay. So the next item on our agenda is reports of council committees. Mr. Gruger, you have a report.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The Committee on Committees met on December 10th, and we voted to recommend the following appointments and reappointments. Appointment.
Make them as one motion since it's so late.
Yes, please. Motion to appoint Virginia Lorenz to the County University Relations Committee as a citizen representative for a term ending June 30th, 2022. We also have Charlotte Pyle to the Parks and Natural Resources Committee for a term ending 10/1/2022. And for reappointments, we had Lon Hultgren to the Transportation Advisory Committee for a term ending November 30th, 2023. And Suzanne Singer Bansal to the Board of Ethics for a term ending June 30th, 2023.
All right, this is a committee motion, and so it doesn't require a second. You wish to speak to your motion?
Yeah, please. I can let you know that all the two interviews that we had for the appointments, very nice people. Both have been in town for quite some time, and it was funny that neither one had crossed paths, but we very much appreciate any volunteers that are willing to step up. As you know, we're still looking for someone on the Connecticut Water Board, but luckily we have these two wonderful volunteers that the Committee on Committees recommends, as well as the reappointments.
Is there any discussion of this motion? Is there anybody who wishes to abstain from this motion? Is there anybody who wishes to object to this motion? Then I'm going to declare that the motion has been approved unanimously. Ms. Berthelot, is there a report for personnel?
There is not, thank you.
Mr. Katzenberger, is there a report from finance?
There's not. The town finance director asked that we postpone this meeting, which is fine, due to the number of reports he has to get out, which makes sense. So there is no report.
All right, and we have a committee which we have appointed, which has only begun to do its work, the Ad Hoc Committee on Housing. Ms. Berthelot, you're the chair, right?
I managed not to be the chair of this one. That distinguished position goes to my colleague, Mr. Bruder.
Mr. Bruder, okay. Would you give us a committee report? Is there a committee report?
Just to say that we did meet for the first time this past week. And as you saw in the town manager's report, we did select through the RFP process a very good qualified firm to help us out, and we'll be, we've set up our meetings going forward, and we'll be reporting as more developments happen.
All right, are there any questions for Mr. Bruder on his report? Okay, thank you. Are there any departmental and advisory committee reports? I would like to comment on the petitions, requests, and communications that you will notice, and the public will be very pleased to hear that there will be no changes in the fee schedules for the Mansfield Community Center. This is a letter from Acting Director Jay O'Keefe. Any other comments on petitions, requests, and communications? I believe Mr. Freudman already spoke to his. Any items for future agendas?
No.
Mr. Freudman?
Yes, I usually don't ask for items on an agenda. They never get put on anyway, but maybe this one will be the charm. Will be reconsidered. I was going to ask if it's possible as a future agenda item on at the next meeting to reopen the minutes of the October 26th meeting from a month and a half ago. There was a point of order call that was not reflected in the minutes, and I think the minutes should have reflected it. And I would like to have the minutes brought in for revision. October 26th, 2020.
I understand your question. We will, Mr. Katzenberger?
I didn't, no, go ahead. I didn't want to interrupt what you were saying.
Oh. All right, we will,
I did have.
Mr. Freudman, I think that what you may do is to move to reconsider the minutes at a subsequent meeting.
Well, it's the same thing as
We'll do some research on the parliamentary procedure around reconsideration of approved minutes. Now, these are official documents that have met, FOI standards. So I'm not sure about the legitimacy of this. So I'm going to have to do some research before we do it. But and I don't know whether we'll be able to do it in January at our first meeting in January. There's a long agenda already, but let me look into it. Mr. Katzenberger.
Only, I was gonna say, suggest that, but also, I'm not a big fan of slippery slope arguments, but I am here. I mean, the minutes are approved, they've been considered. There has to be an end to, to this, to the summary. And that, I think, is both the logical end. I don't know how it was dealt with in Robert's rules, but I don't think we should be reopening minutes that have already been approved. There are other ways of getting different views of the record in, but that's the point of the approval.
Okay, we will discuss whether or not this is going to happen at a later meeting. I'm not going to do it now. It's almost 11 o'clock. Mr. Bruder, you had your hand up.
I just wanted to also say that I went to the FOI training that the town hosted, and from my recollection, and I think that we should also include some kind of presentation on FOI rules as it relates to agenda and meeting minutes. We'll put it like that.
All right, we will look into that for a future meeting. Okay, is there anything else for a future agenda? Mr. Freudman?
Just to clarify what you said about my request, what are you proposing that I ask again at the next meeting at future agendas, or some other way? I'd like to know whether or not what I feel is an omission in the minutes would be corrected. I understand you don't want to go back to minutes that have been approved, but if something is incorrect about them, or there's an omission that should be in there, there's got to be a way to include it afterwards. I'm glad that humorous. It's not humorous to me. Minutes of the historical record. It's not something humorous. It's there for all time, and it should be as accurate as it can be. So please tell me, Mayor, when at your convenience, what mechanism you would like to entertain. Do you want me to ask again at the next meeting at future agendas, or at some other time if you don't bring it?
All right, you can ask again at a future meeting. And
at what point in the meeting?
David?
I don't know what point. Go ahead.
What I think Tony is suggesting is she's not sure if your request is something that we can do based on state FOI laws. She wants to research it. If it is something that we can do, we'll do it at the meeting that happens after she researches it, which will hopefully be the first meeting in January. Not that you need to keep asking on future agendas, but she and you can talk as fellow members of the town council. And if it's something that we can do, we'll do it.
All right. Any other items for future agendas? All right. Before I entertain a motion to adjourn, I would like to thank John for sticking with one last meeting. Hopefully you won't ever have to stay up for a meeting that goes to 11 o'clock again.
If I do, I do.
And the other thing is, I would like to wish everybody here a happy holiday, happy Hanukkah, which has already begun, a Merry Christmas, which comes along, and a Happy New Year, which will also occur before our next meeting. I hope everybody enjoys and does well with the snowfall that's predicted for this week. And I also hope that everybody has time with family and the appropriate safe celebration virtually to establish the sense of these holidays. Mr. Bruder.
Not to interrupt, but I'd like to wish everyone a happy John Carrington Day.
Yep.
Wearing your Red Sox pants.
We're almost there. 75%.
As I make my motion to adjourn.
Is there a second? It's worth a lot of seconds. All right. Well, thank you one and all. And
thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Answorth, to your first long-term.
Such a quick meeting. Thank you.
Thank you again, John.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy holidays, everybody. Talk soon.
Happy holidays.
Happy holidays.
Thanks, guys.
Happy holidays, all.